heifers out here. The darker colored heifer, she's going to be our class winner out here. I think she just balances up a little nicer. She's the more complete heifer of the two. She doesn't want to act the best out here, but she's got an adequate amount of rib, and when she gets around and starts walking like she's supposed to, she's got a lot of agility, really gets around the ring with a lot of flex. Not to take anything away from the young man's heifer that comes in second. She goes out with a lot of stretch and flex. I like her up through that front end. She's got a lot of length of body. She's just not quite as complete as the heifer that wins the class. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
Placing first in our junior yearling heifer any other breed class was Gavin Foyt. Second was exhibited by Hickory Grove Farms. Coming to the ring at this time, any other breed, senior yearling heifer, exhibited by Kate Klug.
Well, just another single entry out here, but again, I think a heifer that definitely has some advantages to her. When you look at her from the side, you got to admire her for her length of spine, her length of rib. She's got some capacity. I think the best part about her is when you look behind her, she's starting to udder up, so that cow's going to have a calf there, or that heifer's going to have a calf when she's supposed to, and I think that's one of the most important parts. Congratulations on a nice female.
Winning our senior yearling heifer class in any other breeds is Kate Klug. Coming into the ring now, we have any other beef breed, cow over 2 years, exhibited by Mark Hartman.
Well, I think a really nice cow the young man brings out to us. You got to like her udder over the udder that she possesses there. She's got some body and some rib. Stands on some substance of bone, and she gets out and tracks really well. You could see she wants back to her baby over there. So I think just a really nice cow prospect. Congratulations.
Earning a blue ribbon in our any other breed cow over 2 years was Mark Hartman. Coming into the ring at this time is any other breed pair of calves, exhibited by Oliver Nichols. We'll then be moving into our champion of the open show, so let's make sure that we have those cows or those animals ready to go.
Nice pair of calves that the young man brings out here. I commend him on getting those calves going this early in the game. I think he's got a good head start, and I think with some more time on feet, he says he's probably going to show them next year at this time. So I'd say he's got a good start, and congratulations to him on a nice pair of heifers.
Congratulations to Oliver Nichols winning the pair of calves class in the beef breeding stock any other breed. At this time, our judge will be selecting our champion of the open show. On deck should be our breeding stock of the junior show of our junior bull calves registered. All right, we're going to have a correction here. We're going to go with we're going to go with our any other breed should be in the ring right now. All of our first blue, any other breed should be in the ring at this time. We're going to break down our champions by breed. We're going to start with the other beef breeds. We'll then move into the Hereford and then follow up with Shorthorn.
Well, let's give these AOB division winners a nice round of applause. I think when you come out here and you get these all lined up, it was mostly, I think besides one class, a mostly single division, but I think it's nice when you get them all back out here and you can compare them side by side out here. There's a couple out here that kind of caught my eye. I think all of these females are going to make nice functional females down the road for these young people, so I'll go out and pick the ones that suit me best today. Once again, congratulations.
Congratulations to our champion of other beef breeds, exhibited by Nevaeh Schumacher, reserve champion Nora Gens. Up now, we'll be moving into our champion Hereford. Okay, once again in the ring at this time, we're naming our champion Hereford. This will be followed by champion Shorthorn. We'll immediately move into our junior show of the registered breeding stock of our junior show. So up first will be our junior bull calf. Congratulations to our champion of the Hereford breed, Kate Klug. Up in now, we have our champion Shorthorn. Congratulations to our champion of the open show Shorthorn breed, Hickory Grove Farms. Congratulations to our open show winners today. We're immediately going to move into, yes, let's give them a round of applause. We're immediately going to move into our breeding stock of the junior show. We'll be starting with our registered junior bull calf. All right, at this time, we are looking for the registered junior bull calves for Jocelyn Edmonds and Melinda Murfeld. Let's bring those in the ring, please. Once again, entering the ring at this time, we should have our registered junior bulls. We need Jocelyn Edmonds and Melinda Murfeld. Please come into the ring at this time. On deck, we should have our registered junior heifer calves and our registered summer yearling heifers. Let's bring those animals to the Farm Progress Arena. Let's take a moment to recognize our judge today, our introducer. Our judge today is Kelsey Ritalik of Glen Haven, Wisconsin. She's a co-owner of 2K Cattle, which is consists of 300 head of Angus cow-calf pairs. They have a production sale every March. She grew up showing steers and Angus heifers at the local, state, and national level. She's been judging about 8 years. Let's give a big Dodge County welcome to our judge today, Kelsey Ritalik.
Well, thank you for that. As we get into our junior show here, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's bull calf up there on the end. I think he just puts the most good things together out of the pair of bulls out here today. He's good straight topped. He's got a nice square hip. He's good up through his front end. When I seen him walk in here, he gets out and moves. I think as he matures and some more time on feed, that could be a really nice prospect for that young lady in the future. Not to take anything away from the bull that comes in second here. He just isn't quite as neat through that sheath and isn't quite as square up through that tail head, but he does have a lot of muscle capacity and he stands on some substance of bone, so a really nice calf in his own right. Congratulations to the young man and the young lady.
Congratulations to the winner of our registered junior bull calf class, exhibited by Jocelyn Edmonds. Second was Melinda Murfeld. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our registered junior heifer calf class. We have 2 entries. We should have Madison Wagner and Caleb Weekman. On deck at this time, we should have our registered junior yearling heifers. So on deck at this time should be our registered summer yearling heifers. In the ring at this time, we have our junior heifer calves, exhibited by Madison Wagner and Caleb Weekman. If you're looking to have your photos taken with your project animals today, the backdrop is located outside of the arena, so please take advantage of that today.
I think a relatively close placing as you really get analyzing these two heifers out here today. But I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's heifer, who kind of exhibits, I think, the most eye appeal, the most cow power to me today out here. When you get behind her, you got to love that muscle expression that she shows. She's feminine up through her front end. And for me, I think what put her over the top, she just sets a little bit better on that hind leg than our heifer that comes out in second. But again, a nice female that takes second place out here. I think you really got to appreciate her for her overall body and her cow power. She's neat up through that front end, but again, when you get her in motion, she doesn't want to set as well off that hind leg as the heifer that wins the class today. Congratulations on a nice pair of heifers.
Congratulations to the winner of our registered junior heifer class, exhibited by Madison Wagner. Taking second was Caleb Weekman. Coming in next, we have our summer yearling heifer class. We have one entry, then we move into our very large junior yearling heifers. Let's make sure we have those ready. So at this time, we're looking for Faith Weekman and her summer yearling heifer.
Well, just a single entry out here in this summer yearling division, but one that I think could definitely withstand some more competition. I think a heifer you really got to appreciate for her overall broodiness, just the cow power that she possesses, her overall depth and spring of rib. Something I really admire about this heifer. She stands on a lot of bone, and when the young lady gets her out and moves her, she hits her track. I think a female that's just going to make a really nice sound cow for the young lady. Congratulations on a nice female.
Congratulations to the winner of our summer registered summer yearling heifer class, exhibited by Faith Weekman. Coming to the ring at this time, we have 9 entries in our registered junior yearling heifer class. So let's get those entries coming in the ring, please. We have 9 entries in our registered junior yearling heifer class. In the ring at this time are registered junior yearling heifers. I know we don't have everybody in here yet. It's a registered junior yearling heifer class. Please bring all of those entries into the ring at this time. Again, we are still waiting for some of the registered junior yearling heifers in the Farm Progress Arena. I believe we are still waiting for 3. At this time, we are still waiting for Callie Zupke and Samantha Zupke. It is the registered junior yearling heifer class. On deck at this time, we should have our registered senior yearling heifer, our cow-calf pair, and our registered cow.
Well, I think a really nice class of junior yearling heifers out here. We definitely got a variety of sizes and shapes and different types of females, but I think a lot of good quality females all in their own right. They're just all a little bit different. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man up there in the plaid shirt to win the class out here today. He's got an April heifer, and I think she just kind of balances up and puts the most good things together out here of the class today. I really like her when he gets her on the profile. She's got a nice strong top. She's good up through that tail head. She gets out and moves relatively easy. She's so good up through that front end, and I think she's just so fresh in her appearance. I think her best days may be yet to come, and that's a compliment to the feeding and the handling of that heifer. So congratulations to that young man. The next pair of heifers that come out here, I think are both really, really good and really close in their own type. I think the young man that comes out in second definitely has the advantage in a little bit more frame, a little bit more size, and I do appreciate that. She just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. She's just not as quite as eye-appealing from the side when you get looking at her as the heifer that wins the class. But I think a heifer that you can see her uttering up here, I think one that's going to go out to the pasture and make a good cow in her own right. Same with the heifer that comes out in third place out here. A nice made heifer, really nice square-hipped, good heifer. Stands on some substance of bone. She just kind of gets out-framed a little bit here today to place any higher today. And then if you want to talk about cow power and big broody type female, I think the young lady's yellow heifer that comes out in fourth is just that. For me, she's just a little bit sloppier made. She's not quite as clean up through the front end. She just could use, I think, shave off a few pounds and really be competitive in this class. Then we got the pair of Hereford heifers that come out here, both good in their own right, and just don't balance up, just aren't quite as complete as the heifers that place ahead of them today. And then we round off with some heifers that just kind of got outpowered, outsized out here today. I think they just got into some really tough competition out here, but all good heifers. I think all heifers that as they mature are going to make nice females for these young people. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in the registered junior yearling heifer class. First blue was exhibited by Caden Atkins. Second blue was exhibited by J.J. Murfeld. Third blue was exhibited by Jaden Sullivan. First red was exhibited by Callie Zupke. Second red exhibited by Joshua Roberts. Third red exhibited by Abigail Streeter. First white exhibited by Samantha Zupke. Second white by Lydia Foyt. And rounding out the class, our third white is Jocelyn Edmonds. Coming to the ring at this time is our registered senior yearling heifer. This will be followed by our registered cow-calf pair and then move into our registered cow class. At that time, we will name our champion registered female and our reserve champion registered female. So let's make sure that we have those first and second blues ready to enter immediately following that cow class.
The young man brings us a nice senior yearling female out here. I think a female that's good up through that front end. She's good in her condition for this stage of the game. Sometimes these senior yearlings, they've been fed for so long they can get a little heavy, but this one I think is in super good condition. She moves around the ring quite well. I think just a nice cow prospect for the young man. Congratulations on a nice female.
Congratulations to the winner of our registered senior yearling heifer class, Alex Lukey. Coming to the ring at this time, we have our registered cow calf pair. This will be followed by our registered cow class. We will then move into the naming of our champion and reserve champion registered females.
Well, let's put our hands together for these cow-calf pair exhibitors out here. You get out here, and growing up, my sisters and I showed plenty of these, and we know the kind of... Is it on? I think it, yeah, there we go. Like I said, growing up, my sisters and I showed a lot of these cow-calf pairs, and it takes a lot of time, a lot of feed, a lot of management to come out here and bring a cow and a calf that look like these guys do out here. I think the young man brings a really nice pair out to us today. I really, really like the looks of that cow. She's so deep, she's so brood-sided, she's thick, she gets around the ring very easily, very handily, and I really like her udder conformation. I like the teat size, and she's got that giant calf on her side, so you can tell she's doing a great job of raising a really, really nice calf as well. That's not to take anything away from the young lady's cow that comes in second. You could tell that cow is really, really working by the size of that calf. I really like that calf. I liked her in class. Big square hip type of calf. She just kind of gets overpowered by our other cow out here today. She doesn't have quite as neat of an udder as the cow that wins the division does, but two really, really nice cow-calf pairs. You guys should both be very proud. It's not to take anything away from the young man's cow out here. He's got one that's just a little bit older out here, starting to show that in her udder a little bit. She just doesn't balance up as nicely as the ones that place ahead of her today, but three really nice cow-calf pairs. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our registered cow-calf pairs. First blue is exhibited by Caleb Weekman, second blue by Madison Wagner, and our first red by J.J. Murfeld. Up next, we have our registered cow class. We have 2 entries here. We will then be moving into our champion and reserve champion registered females. So let's please make sure that we have the first and second blues from the classes this morning ready to participate.
Well, once again, we see these cows out here. Again, the young lady here with her black first calf heifer. She's going to win the class. I think just a young female that's got a ton of future. You know, she's holding her own. We just saw the type of calf she's raising, and I think that says an awful lot about that cow. I think she's going to do a lot of good things for the young lady down the road. Again, the young man's cow that comes in second here. Again, just a really nice cow. She's just starting to show her age a little bit more compared to the one that's in front of her today. Doesn't have quite as neat of an udder when she gets out and moves, but I think, and when she gets out and moves, she maybe just isn't quite as free and easy. But I think two really nice cows in their own right. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our registered cow class. First blue is exhibited by Madison Wagner, second blue by J.J. Murfeld. At this time, we will be selecting our champion registered female. So we're going to be taking a look at the first and second blues of the classes from this morning.
let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause out here in our championship drive. I think we got a really nice lineup out here from top to bottom. You know, we've got our Hereford heifer up there, the summer yearling that came out of the 2nd division, and I think she ties a lot of good things together. As we talked in class, she was just a single entry out there, but again, I think one that when you get looking at her, she has a lot of the right parts. She's stout and thick, she gets out and moves, she's still adequately neat up through that front end, and I think one that's definitely in contention out here. We look at our junior calf that came out of the 1st division there. And again, we talked about her a lot already. She's been out here several times, and I think just one with a ton of future in her. Going to have a really nice future for the young lady. The young man's heifer out of the junior yearling division. I think one that really tied a lot of good things together. She balances up so nice. She's so neat and pretty up through that front end. And I think one, again, that's definitely in contention as we get out here. We get on down the line here. We got our summer yearling. I think one that's just her best days are ahead as a cow. Our cow-calf pair, you know, I really, really liked them in that division. I think a cow that's just so broody and massive and doing such a good job of raising a really big calf. I think definitely another one in contention out here. And then we round off with our champion cow down there at the end, and I think one that, you know, just looks really good. We talked about how she's doing her job, doing the part. She's got a calf out here, I believe, in the drive too, so one that you can definitely tell is doing a good job. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. I'll go out, take another look, and pick the ones that suit me best today.
Congratulations to our champion registered female, exhibited by Kaden Atkins. That was from the junior yearling heifer calf class. And our reserve champion registered female, exhibited by Faith Weekman. And that came from our summer yearling heifer calf class. Entering the ring at this time, we're going to be moving into our commercial breeding stock junior show. We'll be starting off with our junior bull calf class, followed by our junior heifer calf class. So let's get those animals ready to go. Our junior heifer calves should be on deck at this time, and our junior bull calves should be entering the ring at this time.
man, would you like a butt wipe to wipe that off? You need to wipe your face. Your face.
Just a couple entries as we start off our bull show here. The young man's Hereford appearing bull. He's going to win this class and division out here today. I think a bull with a lot of future. He's just young calf right now, but I commend the young man for getting him out here and getting him stuck out here today. I think if he keeps working, that bull's going to have a ton of future. The follow up by the little mini bull here, he just doesn't have, he just the type of breeding. He just can't compete as far as overall frame and doability like the one in first. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our commercial bull calf class. First blue is exhibited by Whitley Lopnow. Second blue by Adrian Lewick. Up now we have the junior heifer calf class. On deck should be our senior heifer calf class and our summer yearling heifer class. Once again, entering the ring at this time should be our commercial junior heifer calves. On deck should be our senior heifer calves and our summer yearling heifers.
nice class of junior calves out here. I think all of these calves are good in their own right, and I think with some more time, all of these calves could change for the better quite a lot. I found a class winner up there that I thought won the class quite handily. I really like that heifer in terms of her overall muscle stature. When you get behind her, she's got some rib to her. She's got some substance of bone. When the young lady gets her on the move, she moves around the ring nice and free. And I just think a heifer with a load of potential up there. Congratulations to the young lady. The young lady that comes out in second with the red heifer here, she doesn't maybe balance up quite as easily. She gets a little more droopy from those hooks to her pins, but I think a heifer that you have to appreciate for her length of spine, and I think, again, a heifer that as she matures is just going to get better and better for the young lady. Young man's Baldy heifer comes out here in third. I think one that's extremely green for this at this time, and I think that's a good thing. I think it's an indication that her better days are ahead of her. She's sound. She's got all the right parts. She just needs some more time on feed to get up there and place any higher today. Then we round the class off with three heifers that, again, I think are just really green. They just need some more time with the feed pan, just need to mature a little bit, and they could all change an awful lot and come back out here and compete next year. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our commercial breeding stock junior heifer calf class. First blue was exhibited by Molly Wiedenfeld. Second blue exhibited by Adeline Reed. Third blue by Avery Roberts. First red was exhibited by Elena Hafmeister. Second red by Adam Luck. And third red by Brenna Drager. Coming to the ring at this time, we have our commercial senior heifer calves, followed by our summer yearling heifers. Summer yearling heifers, you should be on deck, as well as junior yearling heifers. Please be on deck at this time.
In our senior division out here, I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady in blue out here to win the class. I think a heifer that just has a little bit more frame. I think she just has a little bit more get up and go. I think some more feed. She's going to grow into herself, and she's going to keep growing. The heifer that comes second in that class, she's just a little smaller framed, and I'm not sure how she's going to grow out. So I went ahead and used the young lady's heifer to start the class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our commercial breeding stock senior heifer calf class. First blue is exhibited by Brenna Drager. Second blue by Joshua Roberts. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our commercial summer yearling heifer class. On deck should be our junior yearling heifers, followed by our senior yearling heifers. Let's make sure that we have everybody ready and on deck.
I think a heifer out here wins this class quite handily. You know, she's definitely the brood cow prospect out of the trio out here today. The young man gets her set up on the side. I do like her on the side. She has got some muscle. She's so thick and stout, and she's got some middle in her. I think just one with a ton of future. I'd sure like to maybe trim her up a little bit here today, especially if the young man's looking to keep showing her, but I think one that's really, really good in her own right. Young man's Hereford heifer comes out second here. I think, you know, the pair just they lose in overall size and frame and overall cow power today, but a nice pair to wrap up the class.
Congratulations to the winners of our summer yearling commercial heifer calf class. First blue was exhibited by Charlie Kircher. Second blue by Adrian Lewick. And our first red by Brenna Drager. Up now, coming into the ring at this time, we have our commercial junior yearling heifer class, followed by our senior yearling heifers who should be on deck, followed by our cow calf pair. So let's get all of those animals on deck and ready to go.
nice class of junior yearling heifers out here. The young man's Shorthorn influenced heifer that's going to win the class, I think, does so quite easily. I think she's so complete. She's so well balanced. He gets her set up on the side. She's so square hipped. She's good up through that top. She ties into that front end so nicely. She gets on the move. She gets around the ring rather freely. I think one that's just a nice way to start our class today. The young man's heifer who comes out here in second, I think the heifer that most closely follows our class winner. She just loses in terms of overall mass and overall cow power to get around that class winner today. And then we got the young lady's heifer that comes out in third here. I think she has a lot of good parts. She's so stout. She's so big-bodied. But for me, she's just a little bit too terminal looking in her appearance. I'd like to see her, just a little bit framier, a little bit bigger, go out, reach up through that front end a little bit better to place up over those other two today. We round off the class with the young man's heifer who just doesn't balance up quite as nicely, not quite as complete as the ones who get ahead of him today. But a nice class of heifers. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our commercial junior yearling heifer class. First blue is exhibited by Walter Lukey, second blue by Callan Lukey, first red by Piper Murfeld, and second red by Adrian Lewick. Entering the ring at this time is our single entry in the senior yearling heifer class. This will be followed by our cow-calf pair and then our cow class. After that, we'll be naming our champion commercial female, our reserve champion female. We'll then go into our naming of our champion bull, and then naming our supreme champion of the breeding beef classes.
Just a single entry in the senior yearling division. I think one you really got to appreciate for her extension up through that front end and for her overall length of body. I'd sure like to straighten her up from her hooks to her pins there, get her a little square off that hip, but I think good heifer in her own right. Congratulations to the young man.
Congratulations to the first blue winner in our senior yearling heifer class, exhibited by Autumn Lewick. Up now, we have our cow-calf pair class. At this time, we are looking for our cow-calf pairs. We should have 4 entries in our cow-calf pair class.
Well, again, I think a nice way to start off our commercial cow-calf pair division here with the black pair up here on the end. You know, I just really got to appreciate this cow. I think she's a good uniform female. She's good up through that front end. I think size-wise she's okay. She's doing a good job raising that calf. That calf ain't any more than a couple months old, they tell me. So, I mean, I think she's doing a really good job. I think udder, teat and udder, I think she looks really good. I think she's the most desirable uniform balanced cow-calf to win the class today. And then I think it gets a little trickier as we get down the line here. I went ahead and used this big old cow here to be our second place, raising the heifer calf. I think in terms of just functional longevity and just longevity of this cow, I think that's where she gets as we get down here. The third place pair, I think, gets a little tricky. She's got the oldest cow out here, but again, a cow that, her udder is just starting to, it doesn't look as nice as these young females. She's not quite as good on her feet. But when you look in terms of her calf, she's got the biggest, boldest, strongest calf, so therefore she stood out here third today. I think a nice pair in her own respect, though. Really nice calf on her side. And then we round off with just the smaller, less balanced pair here to wrap up the day here. But again, a young female, first calf heifer, I think doing a good job in her own right. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners of our commercial cow-calf pair class. First blue is exhibited by Alex Lukey. Second blue by Autumn Lewick. First red exhibited by Samantha Zubke. And a second red by Allison Egan. Coming to the ring at this time is our commercial cow class. Immediately following the commercial cow class, we will be naming our champion and reserve champion commercial females. So if you had those first blues and second blues from those classes earlier today, make sure that you bring those in. After we name our champion and reserve champion commercial females, we're going to name our champion bull calf. We're going to take our blues from the registered and the commercial to come in to participate in the naming of our champion bull. Following that, we're going into the Supreme Champion breeding beef female, champion and reserve Supreme Champion of our breeding beef female.
Hildebrand, the 2025 Dodge County Fairs of the Fair, and I just want to say thank you so much for coming out and enjoying the fair for the best 5 days of summer in Dodge County. But first of all, let's give a warm round of applause to all these exhibitors and the hard work that they put into their project throughout the summer. Well, while you're here at the fair, you can also see the different projects in the youth building and the open class, but don't forget that tonight is the Badger State Truck and Tractor Pulls, so come on out and check them out. Tomorrow is the hosting dairy show, so you can check them out, and then throughout the week there will be other fun things going on as well. So thank you for coming out, and hope to see you come back out for other days that the fair has.
We get into our cow class here, and the same cows that we just saw here, I'm going to go ahead and use the black cow to win the division out here. I think just to put together the neatest, the most uniform, that balances up the nicest of all of these. Follow up with our other cow that gives us the most frame size. She gets out and moves relatively easy. I think one that just stands in the position. And then this is where we flip-flop down here at the end, and I think it is kind of a toss-up depending on your personal preferences. It is hard with a cow that's 4 or 5 years old compared to a bunch of 2-year-olds out here, but I think I went ahead and used the female that I think just has more of a future to her. I think the young lady's cow that rounds off the class has probably done an excellent job for her. She just gets a little sloppier in that udder. You could tell those feet are starting to bother her. I'm just not sure about the longevity on that female. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winner of the commercial cow class. Exhibiting your first blue was Alex Lukey. Second blue was Adam Lewick. First red was exhibited by Allison Egan. Second red by Samantha Zubke. At this time, we'll be bringing in the commercial first and second blues of the champion commercial females. So at this time, we're going to name our champion and reserve champion commercial females.
Hello, everybody. I am Wade Bates from 95.3 WBEV here in Beaver Dam, and I get the honor for the next couple of hours to take care of the cows if they, have to relieve themselves. Sherry Sackett and I were raising money for the Good Karma Brands John Moser Children's Radiothon, and Sherry, whoever raised the least amount of money, got the opportunity to be here in the ring today, and Sherry raised over $30,000 more than me this year, so it's going to be a fun time here, and I appreciate you having me. Thank you.
On deck at this time should be our first and second blues from the commercial and registered junior bull calf classes. So again, on deck at this time should be our registered and commercial junior bull calf blue ribbon winners from this morning.
Attention, everybody. I'd like to thank Terry Costello for being our announcer today. She won't take credit for herself, so I have to do it and announce her name to everybody for doing our announcing today. Thank you very much.
let's give these commercial heifer exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think you get this lineup back out here, and I think they all have a lot of future to them. They all have a lot of good things to them. We won't go through and talk all of these individual. I've got one or two in mind that I think, can do the job well. When you look at these cattle, you just want cattle that are functional, that are going to go out, that are going to make nice cows, that have some body to them, that can get around the ring. And I think there's a couple out here that combine all of that quite well for me today. So I'm going to go out and show you the two that I like. Once again, congratulations to all the commercial exhibitors.
All right, congratulations. Named our champion commercial female is Walter Lukey. Our reserve champion commercial female is exhibited by Charlie Kircher. At this time, we're going to be bringing in for the champion, or our blue ribbon junior bull calves for the naming of our champion bull calf. So at this time, again, we're looking for our registered junior bull calves and our commercial junior bull calf. Immediately following the naming of our champion bull calf, we're going to name our supreme and reserve supreme champion of the breeding beef females.
Well, just a small division out here, but certainly some calves that I think have an extremely bright future ahead. There's one out here that kind of just balances up for me quite nicely. I think he's in good condition for his age, so I'm going to go out and find you a champion in reserve. Congratulations to both exhibitors.
Congratulations to Jocelyn Edmonds for exhibiting our champion bull calf. Up next, we're going to have our Supreme Champion Beef Breeding Female.
let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause as we compete for your Supreme Champion heifer today. I think right now we've only got 2 heifers out here, but I think both really good heifers. I think they're both really nice in their condition. The black heifer in the front I think is a little more green even yet. I think that's okay depending on what their end goals are here. I think she's got a lot of future ahead of her yet if they're planning on taking her on. Young man brings us a heifer out here. out of our commercial division that I think is just really stout, really good, and really well made. You get her on the side profile. If he gets her set up out there, she's got such a beautiful profile. She's good up through that front end. I think one of these heifers out here, I think they're both similar in their own kind. There's one out here that I think has just got just a little more punch, a little more muscle, just a little more everything out here. So I'm going to go out here, find you a champion, and then we'll bring our reserve of that division back in and find the reserve. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Supreme Champion, breeding beef female, exhibited by Walter Lukey.
I think when we bring the reserve back out of that division, one you really got to appreciate for her overall brood cow appearance. She's got so much muscle, and she's so thick, and she's so stout. When you get her on the move, she doesn't maybe want to stride out quite as easy as the other ones did here today. She might be just a little over-conditioned for my liking here today. So I think we got some differences in the two of these heifers. I think they're both really good in their own right. I'm going to go out and select the one that I like best.
Congratulations to our reserve Supreme Champion breeding beef female, exhibited by Caden Atkins. At this time, we're going to move into our feeder calf show. We're going to start with our beef. We're going to start with Class 1 of our feeder beef calf show. In this first class of beef feeder calves, the calves in this class range from 236 to 421 pounds. All right, we have 9 entries in this first class of beef feeder calves. Again, the calves in this class range between 236 and 421 pounds.
Well, let's give these feeder calf exhibitors a round of applause. Definitely some differences in type and kind out here, but I think it's great that these young exhibitors got these calves out here on the halter already, got them broke to lead, and have had them in the barn working on them, feeding them already. I think if their goal is to come back here next year with their steers, I think they've already all got a good jump start on that. From a feeder calf standpoint, I think it's kind of difficult because you do have various sizes, ages. I just went ahead and used the young man's up here that kind of combined everything for me. I think, you know, depending on what his end goal is, I think he could go a lot of different ways with that steer. I think he just balanced up the nicest, and I think he's just the most complete calf, put the most good things together. I think the young lady's calf followed him most closely in terms of balancing up and just being able to do a few different things with him if she wants to bring him back as a show steer, etc., or if you're going to feed him out. Then the young lady, she just had the advantage in size and scale with her steer. The young lady that comes out here in fourth, you can tell this is a younger calf, but maybe the prettiest, most stylish calf out here. I think more time on feed, that one could come back a year from now and really compete here. Then we get into some differences as we get off to the second half of the class. We went with a pair of heifers out here that I think matched up quite well. They I just think in terms of feeder calf standpoint, they've got a lot of future. And then the other ones down here at the end, good calves in their own respect, just need some more time on feed. Again, these calves are young. Some of them aren't any more than a couple months old. So I think they're all really good, and they're all going to do very well in the future. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of our beef feeder show class 1. First blue was exhibited by Avery Skalitsky. Second blue exhibited by Piper Murfeld. Third blue exhibited by Melinda Murfeld. Our first red was exhibited by Madison Wagner. Second red exhibited by Avery Roberts. Third red by Joshua Roberts. Our first white exhibited by Olivia Klug. Our second white by Cora Wagner. And our third white by Brenna Drager. Coming into the ring at this time, we have Class 2 of our beef feeder calf class. The calves coming into this ring, into this class, weigh between 427 and 716 pounds.
As a member of the Meat Animal Sale Committee, I'd like to thank Janet Arndt for organizing these feeder calf shows and that stuff. She's done a tremendous job. We have 45 feeder calves this year, and it continues to grow and get better. The competition is tighter and tighter each year. Thank you very much, Janet.
Again, a nice class of feeder calf steers and heifers out here. I think one that, again, is difficult to sort because you got such a variety out here, but I think quality cattle all the way through this lineup out here. I found one to win the class up here that I thought combined the most good things of all the calves out here today in terms of muscle expression, being good up through his top, wide up through his top. He gets out and moves quite easily, and I think the young man keeps taking good care of that steer. He could come back and be real competitive at a fair or like this in the future. The young lady's red calf that comes second in the class, I think, I would like to maybe see him with a bit more frame here today, but I think one that's got the look and the eye appeal. He's got the muscle down through his quarter. I think as he keeps maturing, he's only going to get better. The young man that comes out in third, I really like his calf on the standstill. I think he's good square-butted type of calf. He's got some thickness through his quarter. I worry about his structure a little bit for this stage of the game. I hope that he can stay sound enough throughout the next year or so, but I think a good calf in his own right. And then we get a couple of baldy calves here that I think are pretty similar in their type and kind. They're just good feeder calf type cattle. They've got muscle, they stand on some bone, they've got some middle. I think they're going to just feed out and be nice fat steers. And then we get into kind of a pair of steers out here that they're unique in their own rights. I think you look at these calves and you think I could get these guys on feed here, get them on full feed, and they're just going to make good old fat steer type cattle. They're just a little bit bigger, and I'm not condemning them for that by any means, especially this day and age when with these fed cattle, the price they are and what they weigh when they finish out. I think they're good type cattle. They just didn't maybe fit in quite as well as the ones above them today, but two really super nice steers. Then we round off the class with some that maybe just don't balance up quite as nice. They got a little trouble in terms of structure, things like that, but again, I think the type of cattle that you get them on feed, they're going to do really well in the future. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to our winners from Class 2 of the feeder beef class. Winning that class was Elijah Zick. Second blue was exhibited by Natalie Gibbs. Third blue was exhibited by Hayden Gibbs. Fourth blue by Jocelyn Edmonds. First red is exhibited by J.J. Murfeld. Second red by Molly Wiedenfeld. Third red by Marissa Spoke. First white exhibited by Finn Spoke. Second white by Callie Zubke. And third white by Kennedy Wagner. At this time, we're going to be naming our champion and reserve champion beef feeder calf class. On deck at this time, we need to have our dairy feeder calf class 1.
Well, let's give these feeder calf exhibitors a well-deserved round of applause. Once again, to have these calves this stage in the game, this early in the game, I think gives all of you exhibitors and everybody that went back to the barn a great advantage in terms of a start for next year. I hope I hope it's your goal that to bring them back to a fair like this next year and show them as a fat steer, because I think every one of these calves has potential to come back here and do really, really well. There's one steer out here that's kind of stuck out to me today. I think he's got the most good parts, and I think there's a lot of future to the calf. I think when you look at him, he's got some grow in him yet, and he just needs to grow and fill out, and I think that a steer that'll be really competitive in the future. I'm going to go out and find a champion in reserve for you today. Once again, congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to our champion beef feeder exhibited by Elijah Zick. And congratulations to our reserve champion beef feeder exhibited by Natalie Gibbs. At this time, we're going to be asking for our dairy feeder calves to please make their way into the arena. As you may have noticed, we've had a change of judges in the ring at this time. Our second judge today is Tony Weber from Sullivan, Wisconsin. He managed a farm for MPS for 30 years. He raised milking Shorthorn dairy cattle and Angus cattle. He presently raises registered Herefords and Oxford sheep. Let's give a big Dodge County welcome to our second judge today, Tony Weber.
Very nice class of dairy feeder steers out here. The young lady we're going to start this class out, a calf that kind of caught my eye when they come into the ring. A calf that's pretty far along for his age. You have to realize we're going to take these calves to probably 1,600, 1,800 pounds. So they got to be sound is the biggest thing, and that's kind of the way I was sorting these cattle. They have to have the right angle to their shoulder so they're not stiff. They can get up and move, go to the feed bunk. But the young lady's calf we're starting with is a really nice thick calf for a dairy calf, a calf that's young and very youthful, but has really taken to the feed very well. Just really eye appealing when you get him on the move. Same with the calf in second, a little bigger frame calf, a calf that's probably going to mature out just a bit heavier than the calf ahead of him, but again, of the same type and kind as the first place calf in the ring here. We're going to follow with like 3 calves in here that are really good doing calves. When you view them from the side, they've got a plenty of depth of body. They're very correct in their feet and legs when they move. They have a nice angle to their shoulder where they get out and reach as they walk. But calves, again, that have done very well. And then we get in some bigger frame cattle out here in the middle of the class. They're a little bit older calves, but calves that just aren't. If you think about their day per age on feed, they're just I'd like to see them just a little further along, but calves that have come nice, they've got a bright future ahead of them. They're just not quite as attractive as them top end in our calves. And then we're going to follow with the 3 calves in the bottom. This red calf in front of me, I really like this calf when I first seen it, but the calf is really not very sound. When you get to he walks, he's very stiff-legged. To me, these calves really have to move well because they've got a long time to be in the feedlot, so they need to be sound now. But a great set of calves in their own right, great set of calves from end to end. Let's give this group of feeders a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to the winners of our dairy feeder calf show. In first blue was exhibited by Ainsley Damrow. Second blue by Kayla Meyer. Third blue exhibited by Casey Salmi. Fourth blue by Paige Lester. Our first red was exhibited by Bentley Gentz. Our second red exhibited by second red by Kennedy Christian. Third red by Molly Wiedenfeld. Fourth red by Matthew Erkey. First white exhibited by Sophia Jenneman. Second white by Everett Klug. Third white by Maya Odenwald. Our champion dairy feeder again was exhibited by Ainsley Damrow, and our reserve champion dairy feeder by Kayla Meyer. Entering the ring at this time is our dairy crossbred feeder calves. Class 1 of dairy crossbred feeders. calves in this first class range from 197 to 426 pounds.
very nice class of crossbred dairy crosses out here. We're going to start with this gray calf. This calf is undeniably just puts it all together. He's eye appealing. He's made right. He's very square about his makeup. He has some depth of body to him. A calf that I think is just going to hit the feed bunk and go. Our calf in second, a calf you have to appreciate him for his growthiness. I just like to make him a little more correct out through that hind end and make him a little squarer there. He gets around the ring all right, but as he gets older, you kind of wonder how sound he's going to be. Our calf in third, a little rougher about his makeup, not quite as eye appealing. He's just a little coarser in that front end. A calf that's going to do really well. He'll probably outgain the calves above him, but just not quite as attractive. We're going to follow with this young man's black calf. A calf that I think really has a bright future. You're going to put this calf on feed, and he's going to go to town. He's going to end up being one of your more attractive calves next summer, but I think a calf that really has a big future. Same thing goes for the next calf behind him. Very similar in his makeup. A calf that's very deep-bodied, maybe a little farther along than the calf ahead of him, but just not quite as clean up through that front end. He gets around the ring quite well. I'd like to change him on his structure just a bit. And then we're going to follow with these next three calves. There's some age differences here, but calves that are a little frailer about their makeup, they're a little finer boned, just don't have that overall thickness that I'd like to see them at this stage of the game.
Congratulations to the winners of Class 1 of our dairy crossbred feeder calves. First blue is exhibited by Alexander Dishno. Second blue exhibited by Safira Jeanman. Third blue by Everett Klug. First red exhibited by Ethan Halfmeister. Second red by Evan Wyatt. Third red by Naomi Skolitsky. First white by Weston Wyatt. Second white by Avery Skolitsky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the ring now, we have Class 2 of our dairy crossbred feeder calves. The calves in this class range from 446 to 753 pounds. Again, in the ring at this time, we have Class 2 of our dairy crossbred feeder calves. The calves in this class range from 446 to 753 pounds. At the conclusion of this class, we will name our champion and reserve champion dairy crossbred feeder calves. We're then going to go into our beef feeder calf futurity show.
Just an excellent calf to start this class with. A calf that's just really balances nice. When you look at her, you get behind her, you like the thickness of this calf. You have to look at what her future is going to be, or his future is going to be. I think a calf that's just going to be very attractive as he gets older, and as he goes along. His age really works with if he comes back here next year as a fad steer. I think he could be pretty exciting. Our calf in second, just a little bit bigger frame calf. You have to appreciate him for his balance. He's deep-sided. He has some depth through his flank. A calf that has some thickness to him. A calf that's made right. He moves on a good set of feet and legs. I think they get him on feed. He's just going to look better every day. We're going to follow with a calf, another bigger frame calf, a calf that's maybe a little coarser up through that front end, but you have to appreciate him for his depth and thickness, his growth. The calf has just done very well to this point. A calf that I think could be in that top one or two as we go down the road. We're going to follow with the speckled calf here, the light gray and white, a calf that's really long-bodied. I just like to see some more depth of body to this calf. Maybe have him move a little better off them hind legs, but a big growthy calf, you can't deny him that. Then we're going to follow with these last three calves. Calves that just are a little frailer about their makeup. You'd like to have a little more depth of body to them, maybe a little more depth through that flank. They just lack that overall thickness. But calves have really done well. This red calf out here is certainly eye-appealing, but he's just not near as thick as some of them calves above him, followed by a calf that's very similar to the red calf in his makeup. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. That was a very nice class.
Congratulations to the winners of Class 2 of our dairy crossbred feeder calves. First blue is exhibited by Paige Lester. Second blue exhibited by Rosemary Breitsprecher. Third blue by Matthew Erke. Our first red exhibited by Hayden Toutant. Our second red, Elena Halfmeister. Third red exhibited by Olivia Klug. And our first white exhibited by Casey Salmi. At this time, we're going to be naming our champion and reserve champion, dairy crossbred feeder. Immediately following this class, we're going to move into our beef feeder calf futurity show. We'll then move into the dairy feeder futurity show.
I'm pretty excited about this calves we have out here in these dairy cross feeder lineup. The young lady in the blue shirt, she's going to be our champion today. This calf, you can't deny that this calf doesn't have the eye appeal. the way this calf is bred, I think this calf just could be pretty exciting as you go down the road. Certainly could compete against some of the straight beef crosses. Just a very eye-appealing calf, just really balanced well, just put together tremendously. Walks out on a great set of feet and legs. I'll go out and pick our reserve then.
Our champion dairy crossbred feeder was exhibited by Paige Lester, and our reserve champion dairy crossbred feeder by Rosemary Breitsprecher. Coming into the ring at this time, we are moving into our futurity classes. We have our beef feeder calf futurity class next, followed by our dairy and then our dairy crossbreds. Just a little information about this class. These calves were weighed the first time in August of 2024. They're weighed again just before the fair, for the fair here. We have our rate of gains on these animals. They range in weight from 1,070 pounds to 1,596 pounds. Their rate of gain ranges anywhere from 1.84 pounds a day up to 3.16 pounds per day. All right, at this time, we're going to start calling for our dairy steers. The first class of dairy steers, start making your way to the Farm Progress Arena. The first class of our dairy steers. Beef is going to take a quick break. Dairy will not. Again, in the ring right now, we have our beef, feeder, futurity animals in the ring. Up next and on deck at this time should be our dairy feeder futurity calves, and then followed by our dairy crossbred feeders.
this is a pretty interesting class to me because we look at what these calves have done rate of gain wise, and with a futurity like this, these calves coming back and everything, and these young people deserve a big round of applause for just doing a great job with these calves from end to end. Too bad we didn't have a little more, a few more out in this class, because to me this is pretty exciting. I'm going to go out and pick us a champion in reserve. This is the way I see him. I think there's a calf that really kind of stuck out in my eye when he walked in the ring. And he isn't going to end up being my champion. He's going to be my reserve today. But I think when you have to really examine when you're comparing each animal and how they'll do on the rail and how they've done for these young people as far as a rate of gain and feedability, I think that we have to look at all that, because that's all involved in this industry. And with that, I'm going to go out and pick you a champion in reserve.
Congratulations to our beef feeder calf futurity show. Our champion beef feeder of the futurity is Madison Wagner. Our reserve champion beef feeder of the futurity is Jocelyn Edmonds. And our beef rate of gain winner was Avery Skolitsky. Let's give these exhibitors a nice big round of applause. Coming into the ring now, we're going to have our dairy feeder calf futurity class. Okay, just an announcement and clarification for the steer show. So those of you that are going to be showing steers, we've had some questions. To try to balance out both sides, we're going to start with just the first 4 classes of dairy. Once we have the first 4 classes of dairy done, then we're going to split the ring, and we'll have our beef and dairy going on at that time. All right, just again, we just want to help clarify things for our exhibitors and for those that are watching. Immediately following our futurity classes that we have here, we are going to be moving into the straight dairy steer classes. We're going to do those first 4 dairy classes. Once we have those first 4 classes done, we're going to continue on with our dairy classes and then our dairy beef crossbreds. And then after that class 4, we're going to also, at that time, be splitting the ring, and we'll do our market beef show then. If there's any questions, please come up and let us know.
Let's give these dairy futurity exhibitors a nice round of applause. This is a nice group of dairy steers out here. The young man that we're going to start with out here, he's going to be our champion today, the black and white steer. Just is really finished nicely. He's very well balanced. He gets around the ring really well. A calf, you can't deny that he's sound and he's gained very well. Young man's done an excellent job with him. we're going to follow him with this red calf. I don't think he's quite as sound as our champion, but he's finished just as nicely as our champion steer, just not put together quite as nicely, and he'll be our reserve. There's a couple others steers out here that I really appreciate. The young lady's steer in front of me, I really like this steer. I wish he was a little more uniform in his fat covering, because he's a little patchy when you get up over his upper rib and along his loin edge. He's pretty raw yet, but he has some finish on him. A steer that's very eye appealing and just could be pretty amazing if he had another maybe 100 pounds on him, which the young lady and I talked about. But there's some great steers out here. These young people need to be commended on feeding these dairy steers right, because they're very ideal for the market and what we're looking for today. Let's give them another big round of applause.
Congratulations to our champion dairy feeder futurity winner, Bentley Gens. Our reserve champion dairy feeder futurity winner is exhibited by Naomi Skalitsky. And our dairy rate of gain award is Naomi Skalitsky. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Up next, we're moving into our dairy crossbred futurity animals. We will then be moving directly into our dairy beef show. These are going to be our we're going right into our dairy class 1 through 4 of our dairy steers. Class 1 of dairy steers next. Coming in the ring at this time, we have our dairy crossbred feeder futurity animals. These animals weigh anywhere from 1,374 pounds to 1,884 pounds. Their rate of gains range from 2.48 pounds per day up to 3.47 pounds per day. Class 1 dairy steers, you are on deck. Class 1 dairy steers, you are on deck. Again, this is a reminder that both our dairy and dairy crossbreds will be coming in the side door like we do every year. That's not going to change.
I'm taking a little bit longer, but these kids really deserve it. They spend all summer getting these cattle ready to show off today. I think it's a little bit of give and take out here. There's some that are finished better than others, and some of them that are maybe just a bit overdone for me. But with that, I'm going to go out and pick you a champion reserve in this division.
Congratulations, our champion dairy crossbred feeder futurity animal was exhibited by Avery Skalitsky. Our reserve champion dairy crossbred feeder futurity was exhibited by Matthew Urke. And our dairy crossbred rate of gain was exhibited by Avery Skalitsky. His steer gained 3.47 pounds per day. Let's hear it for our champions. At this time, we're going to move into our steer show. Up first, we have an exhibition class, one animal in it of our dairy. We have one exhibitor in the first exhibition class. All right, our first class in the ring today for our dairy steer show is an exhibition class. This steer weighs 1,037 pounds. Checking in at this time is class number 1 dairy steers. Again, checking in is class 1 dairy steers. On deck should be class 2 dairy steers.
just a young steer out here. Didn't quite make weight, but a steer that certainly made right. He's got the right angles to him. Through his shoulder, he walks with a good set of feet and legs. Just not quite far enough along. He just needs to be on feed for a while. The young man's doing an excellent job with him.
Congratulations to our blue ribbon winner in our exhibition class, exhibited by Emmett Hopp. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class 1 dairy steers. We have 7 entries in this class. On deck at this time should be Class 2 dairy. Class 2 dairy should be on deck. Once again, we are doing the first 4 classes of dairy steers before we start adding the beef side. So checking in at this time is class number 1 dairy steers. Once again, entering the ring at this time, we have our dairy steers, Class 1. The steers in this class range from 1,130 pounds up to 1,285 pounds. Let's give these steer exhibitors a nice round of applause as they enter the ring today. Once again, at this time in the ring, we have Class 1 dairy steers. Class 2, you should be on deck and checking in at this time. Class 2 dairy steers on deck and checking in. This is an announcement that the sheep show will not be starting until 5:30 today. So those of you that are interested in participating or watching the sheep show, that will not start until 5:30 today.
an excellent class of dairy steers out here. We're going to start with the red calf on this end. Just a calf that's very nicely finished. He balances very well. When you get him on the move, he just moves out very free and easy. Young man's done an excellent job getting this calf ready. He's right where you want him to be. He's not overdone. He's not underfinished. Just a nicely balanced calf. We're going to follow with a calf that's very closely finished to our first place calf. Maybe not quite at the eye appeal as our first calf. He's a little straighter up through that front end. I'd like to change him over his rump just a bit, but he's definitely has that enough finish on him to follow our first place calf in the ring. We're going to follow by the young individuals, mostly black steer here. A steer that really has some fat cover on him. You'd like the way he handles over that lower rib and through that flank. When you get up on his upper rib and along that loin edge, you just like to give him just a little bit more. But the young individual's done an excellent job with this steer. He's not quite as attractive. He's a little deeper through that chest, but we're not going to take that away from him today. The calf that impressed me the most is this brown Swiss calf out here. When you get your hands on this calf, you're thinking, oh, this calf is too raw, but he's not. He's got a nice fat covering on him. He's maybe a little on the lighter side, which doesn't hurt him one bit, but a calf that maybe could just stand a little more feed or a little more time at the feed bunk. But the young lady's done an excellent job getting this calf fitted because he handles very nicely. We're going to follow with this big framed red and white steer, a steer that I just like to feed him a little bit longer. He's pretty raw when you handle him on his upper edge. When you handle him on his lower edge, along that rib in that flank area, really he has enough on him. But boy, you get up on that upper rib and along that loin, along his top line, he just needs a little more time on feed. Just going to be very close on the way he grades. We're going to follow him with the milk and shorthorn type steer here, very similar to the red and white right above him. You just like to have a little more finish on this steer, a steer that balances up quite nicely. I just needed a little more time on feed. And then we're going to follow with this a calf that's just too raw for me today. He just needs more time, just not quite enough finish on him today.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 1 Dairy Steers. First blue was exhibited by Everett Klug. Second blue exhibited by Zoe Lenz. Third blue by Bryce Lenz. First red exhibited by Saphir Gentleman. Second red by Robert Maher Tracy. Third red by Ian Spoke. And first white by Alexander Dishno. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class number 2 Dairy Steers. On deck and checking in at this time should be Class number 3 Dairy Steers. Class number 3 Dairy Steers. For those of you that are following along, at the conclusion of Class 4 Dairy Steers, we will start with the beef steers checking in at their normal location at the end of the barn. The dairy steers in this class range from 1,303 pounds to 1,349 pounds. This is a reminder to our beef exhibitors. Please come to the announcer stand to sign up for showmanship. We have our beginner, our first year showman. We have junior beef showmanship grades 5 and 6. We have our intermediate beef showmanship, grades 7 through 9. And then we have our senior showmanship, grades 10 and above. So please come to the announcer's stand and get signed up for showmanship today. Once again at this time, checking in should be Class 3 dairy steers. Please make sure you're checking in at this time.
Another nice class of dairy steers out here. The young man steer that we're starting with really balances up nicely. You look at him from the side view. You like the balance of him. When you get your hands on him, you really like the way he's finished from end to end. He could use a little bit more, but he has enough on him. Young man just does an excellent job of showing that steer off. The next young man here with this big steer, really a nice balanced steer. When you get back and look at him, you appreciate everything he's doing. He's thick enough. When you look at him down his top, he's wide enough. He has enough. He has enough finish on him. Young man does a great job showing him just a steer that fits in nicely in our second hole. The calf that really gives me a little trouble is this third place class. A steer that you really like when you stand back and look at him. He's very eye appealing from the side. When you get your hands on him, you're just a little disappointed. He's just very raw yet. He does have some condition over his lower rib and around that tail head, but a steer that's just very youthful and just needs a little more time on feed, but certainly probably the most eye appealing steer in the class. We're going to follow with the young man steer that is a little covering. When you handle him over that rib, he has plenty on him. You get up along that loin edge, you'd like to add a little bit more. He doesn't really have any fat laid in around that tail head. Just really isn't, has a little bit in that brisket, but just a steer that's a little patchier in that fat covering. I'd like to make that a little more uniform to move him up today. We're going to follow him by a bigger frame steer, a steer that's just really pretty raw when you handle him. You'd like to just give him a little bit more. When you get your hands on him, you're kind of disappointed that there's just not more fat covering there. But when you stand back and look at him and analyze him, you can see that he's just not as far along as some of the animals in the top of the class. And then we're going to follow with two smaller frame steers. Steers that just don't balance up quite as well. They're a little bit deeper through that front end, maybe lack a little bit of that muscle shape through the hind end, just not quite as eye appealing.
Congratulations to our winners in our Class 2 of dairy steers. Earning first blue was Alexander Lenz, second blue by Eli Gunther, first red by Mary's Wald, second red Caden Leppel, first white by Connor Schneider, second white Ben Roach, and third white Mackenzie Leppel. Coming into the ring at this time, we have Class 3 dairy steers. As you look at this class in front of you, the steers in this class range from 1,374 pounds to 1,462 pounds. Class 4 dairy steers, you should be checking in at this time. Class 4 dairy steers checking in. This is a reminder to our beef steer exhibitors. We will be starting the beef classes immediately following the end of Class 4 of dairy steers.
Well, it's a little unusual to start with a Jersey as a steer, but this steer really puts it all together. He's finished ideally. He's at the right weight. He's just under 1,400 pounds. He's not overly fat. He really has a nice condition all the way through. He's very well balanced. Young man's done an excellent job getting this one ready, because it's not easy feeding a Jersey steer, and you usually either have them too fat or they're not enough, and this young man's really got it dialed in on this one. We're going to follow with a little bit smaller framed Holstein steer here, the next one. Steer, I wish he walked a little bit better, but when you get your hands on the steer, you really appreciate for that uniformity and fat covering he has over him. A nicely balanced steer. When you get him on the move, you just like to take some of that straightness out of that front end. He doesn't move quite as well. Same goes for this red steer next, red and white one. A steer that I really thought maybe would be my class winner when he first come in the ring, but when I got my hands on him, I wasn't quite as happy with him. He's just a little patchier in that fat covering. He has enough on him. He's really going to grade quite well. A steer that gets around the ring okay, but to just fit in that third hole quite nicely. We're going to follow by this bigger red and white steer, a steer that I wish he wasn't. I wish he wasn't quite as deep through that front end. I'd like to balance him out just a little bit. But again, a nice big frame steer that, as the young man's done a nice job feeding him up to the right weight. Same goes for the next steer in the class. Just not quite as balanced steer as when you stand back and look at him. He breaks a little bit. But a steer that's finished quite nicely. Again, just falls into that hole. How are we doing? We're going to follow up with three nice steers out here that just need a little more time on feed. They're not quite as far along as some of them other steers at the top of the class. Very nicely balanced steers. You know, they have enough muscle to them and enough shape to them. Just not quite the overall finish as that top end of the class.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 3 dairy steers. First blue was exhibited by Casey Salmi. Second blue by Ethan Leppo. First red is exhibited by Bailey Drager. Second red by Josh Gunther. First white by Coy Leppo. Second white by Caden Leppo. First pink, exhibited by Ian Spoke. Second pink by Connor Schneider. Entering the ring at this time should be class number 4, dairy. On deck at this time is class number 5, dairy. Also on deck, class number 1. Class number 1 of beef. Class number 1 of beef, you are on deck, as well as class number 5 of dairy. This is a reminder to all of our beef exhibitors. Please make sure you come up to the announcer stand to get signed up to participate in Showmanship this afternoon. Again, we'd love to have 100% of our beef exhibitors participating in Showmanship. Please come up to the announcer stand and get signed up today, please. In the ring at this time, we have class number 4 of our dairy steers. The steers in this class range from 1,478 to 1,540 pounds. Checking in at this time should be class number 5 of dairy and class number 1 of beef.
Good. Another excellent steer to start this class out. Again, a steer that balances very nicely. You get your hands on him. You appreciate the amount of finish he has on him. A steer that could easily, stay on feet a little bit longer, but he's good enough today for me. Just really puts it all together for me. He's nicely balanced. He's thick enough. He has the right amount of finish on him. He could use maybe a tad more to move him up in that choice, higher up in that choice range, but a steer that really catches your eye when he comes in the ring. The young man's steer that's in second, if I could change the way this steer is built off his hind two, I would use him all day long because the steer handles tremendously. His front 2/3 are ideal. I just need to change his structure a little bit, make him a little more correct. Same goes for this red steer and red and white steer in third. Steer that I just like to shallow him up through that chest just a bit, but he's ideally finished. The young lady's done an excellent job getting this one ready for today. A steer that really catches your eye. You'd maybe like to change a couple things about him, but he's deep enough and thick enough. We're going to go to a bigger frame steer next in the class. A steer that you just like to give him a little more time on feed. He certainly has the right shape to him. He's very sound and mobile. I just need to put a little more condition on him to move him up any higher. Same for these next three steers in the class. They don't balance up quite as well. When you stand back and look at them, they're either deeper through their front or deeper through that brisket area, but steers that just need a little more time and a little more finish, they're not quite there for me. I just need a little more on them to move them up today.
Maryswald, we're looking for your Class 1 beef steer. Please report to the Farm Progress Arena. Congratulations to our winners from our Class 4 dairy steers. First blue is exhibited by Marissa Spoke. Second blue by Caleb Weekman. First red by Naomi Skalitsky. Second red by Robert Maher Tracy. First white by Kasten Parr. Second white by Zoe Lenz. And first pink by Mackenzie Leppel. Coming to the ring at this time, we have Class 5 dairy. On the beef side, we have our first exhibition class in the ring, and on deck is Class 1 beef.
Well, just a single entry out here in the exhibition class as we get started with our steer show. Young lady brings us a nice calf. Just needs some more time on feed and some more time to finish and get a little more cover on him. Nice job to the young lady.
In the Class 5 dairy steers, the steers in this class weigh between 1,550 and 1,603 pounds. On the beef side of the ring, we have Class 1 of our beef entering the ring. The steers in the Class 1 beef range between 1,070 and 1,138 pounds. Once again, if you have not signed up for Showmanship yet, exhibitors, please come to the announcer's stand to get signed up for Showmanship. Our goal is to have 100% of our exhibitors participating in Showmanship today. checking in at this time should be Class 6 of dairy steers and Class 2 of beef steers. On deck and checking in at this time should be Class 2 beef steers and Class 6 dairy steers. A show like this doesn't happen without the help of a lot of people that keep things moving and assist in the ring. So I'd like to take a moment to thank those individuals: Jesse Christensen, Casey Lenz, Evan Paul, Janet Arndt, Dwayne Arndt, Joe Kern, Mark Nails, Darren Moss, Andy Neff, Lucas Kern, Matt Lukey, Bella Damro, Kyler Skalma, and Megan Gunther. Let's give all these people a huge round of applause and thank them for making this show run so smoothly.
Well, a nice class of steers to start off here, lightweight class here. The young man bringing a steer around here, he's going to be the class winner out here today. I think he just is the kind of the combination steer that puts a lot of good things together out here today. When you get your hands on him, I think he's got adequate amount of cover. He's not the framiest steer out here by any means, but I think in terms of overall appearance, style, and being market ready today, he kind of fits the bill the best out here today. The young lady with the market heifer that comes out here next, I think she most closely follows that in terms of being the most market ready today. She maybe just doesn't tie all the things together as well as carrying the muscle down through her quarter. She doesn't have the thickness maybe that the steer does that competes ahead of her today. And then we get into a nice pair of steers here in third and fourth, and I think both good steers in their own right. I'd like to see them a little bit heavier, a little bit more finish here today for a market steer show. However, I think both good steers in their own right. The steer that comes in third, I'd like to see him stride out a little easier. I think when he gets more weight on him, he'd have an even bigger struggle with that, so that concerns me a bit. But two nice steers in their own right. Then we get down here to three steers that have a little bit more frame size, and I do appreciate that, but I think overall they just need more time on feed, need to fill out, need some more condition in order to place any higher today. Congratulations to all the class winners.
You may think I'm partial to color, but I think this red steer really kind of puts it all together in this class. Again, he's very nicely balanced. He has the right amount of condition on him. When you watch the steer move out, he's very free and easy in his makeup. When he stands back and she gets him set up, he's really picture perfect. Just like you want to see that the cow that he's out of would have that same kind of type and look. It just fits that first hole quite nicely. Our young man's big steer in second, a steer that's more nicely finished than our third place steer, a steer that his baby doesn't balance up quite as well when you stand back and look at him. He's a little bit deeper through that chest, but he really has an ideal amount of finish on him. Our steer in third, just a little bit patchy on that fat covering. I'd like to smooth him out from end to end. He doesn't carry that condition very well along his top edge. He has more down on that lower rib, and he does balance better when you stand back and look at him. You like the way his depth of body is compared to his top and his chest floor, but just doesn't have the right finish on him for me today. The young man's next big steer here, a steer that has enough condition on him from end to end, just doesn't balance quite as nicely when you stand back and look at him. He's a little bit deeper through that chest area, but a young man does a great job showing him. A young lady's a steer here, just a little bit broken top steer. When you handle him, you're a little disappointed. He's very, very patchy in that fat covering from end to end. I actually need to put a little more finish on him to move him up any higher. And we're going to follow with a pair of steers here that just don't balance quite as nicely. When you handle them, they have some condition on them. You'd like to put a little bit more. Maybe just a few more days on feed would really change these steers in a big way.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 1 beef steers. First blue was exhibited by Alex Lukey. Second blue by Piper Murfeld. First red by Landon Schultz. Second red by Camden Atkins. First white exhibited by Jocelyn Edmonds. Second white by J.J. Murfeld. Third white by Mary Zwald. In the ring at this time on the beef side is class number 2 beef. The steers in that class range from 1146 to 1198. The results of class number 5, dairy steers. First blue is exhibited by Lexi Lambert. Second blue by Kellen Meyer. First red exhibited by Faith Weekman. Second red by Bryce Lenz. First white exhibited by Charlotte Rake. Second white by Coy Leppel. And third white by Ellen Roach. Entering side is 6. Dairy class number 6. At this time, dairy class number 7. You should be checking in and on deck. On the beef side, class number 3, beef. You should be checking in at this time. Class number 3, beef, should be checking in. The class number 6, dairy. The steers in this class range from 1635 to 1691. On our beef side, the class 2 beef that are in the ring range from 1146 to 1198.
Well, a nice class of steers out of here, out of our second class of lightweights. I think the young lady's red steer kind of came to the top quite handily for me out here. I think he puts the most good things together. I love when she gets him set up on the side. He's got such a nice, pretty profile, yet he's square hipped. You get behind him, he's got some muscle. He's good. That front shoulder ties in through that front end quite well. And I think just a really good, easy place to start out here today. Congratulations to her. Then the young man steer that comes out here in second, again, a nice steer in his own right. You get behind him, and you got to love him for that muscle expression down his top and through his quarter, and I think that's what put him up there in that second place position is just his overall muscle capacity. You get your hands on him, sure you'd like to see a little bit more, but I think that's the case for probably most of the steers in this class right now, but I think a good way to follow up our class winner. The young lady steer out here, he's just so unique in his own right. He's just different. He's so soggy middled, so soggy built. You get behind him, he's got some muscle expression, maybe lacks a little as in compared to our first two, but he's got so much substance of bone, and the young lady's done a nice job with him. Congratulations to her. And then we get into the white steer here. I think one that most closely follows our initial three in terms of muscle capacity. And when you get him on the move out here, he gets around the ring. You get your hands on him. I think he's very similar in type and kind to the ones that win. The young man's black steer out here, he really catches your eye. When he first came out here, I really liked this calf, but the more I get examining him, he's just so straight off that hind leg, and when he gets on the move, he's straight up through his shoulder, and he just needs, I think, some more feed. You get your hands on him, he just doesn't have the cover that I'd like to see at this stage of the game. And then we wound off with two steers, I think both good in their own right. I think the young man's white steer out here, you can tell he's fed that steer. He's got some cover on him, so I certainly appreciate that. We round off with the belted steer out here. Again, a steer that has a little bit more frame. He gets around the ring with some agility, but I'd just like to see him, another 100 pounds heavier to really be competitive out here today. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
A nice pair of steers in this class. The young lady's steer that we're going to lead off with. Again, very nicely balanced steer. A steer when you get your hands on him, you appreciate the amount of condition he has on him. Just really floats to the top quite easily for me. When you stand back and look at him, you're just like, that's going to hang an excellent carcass. And he gets around the ring so easily. Just really like I said, goes to the top quite easily. The steer in second, very close in condition and everything to our first place steer. Maybe not quite as highly fitted as our first place steer, but again, he's finished right. The young man does a great job getting him set up when he's out here. Maybe a little bit deeper sided steer, but still attractive kind of a steer. Our steer in third, I wish he was just made a little more correct. He's a little bit outside himself as he tracks in the front end, but a steer that's ideally finished. You can't deny that. When you get him on the rail, he's definitely going to be able to compete with the top end in this class. He just not as structurally correct, just doesn't move quite as free and easy as them calves up above him. We're going to follow with the young lady's blackish steer here, a steer that's very athletic. He likes to move, and it's maybe been a little bit rougher for her to get him showed, but a steer that just could use a little bit of condition throughout. When you handle this steer up along his upper rib and along his loin, you just like to give him a little more condition there. He's just a little bit more raw up there. He has enough condition on him, I think, throughout, but just a little bit patchier. We're going to follow with two steers that are just not quite as finished as nicely as the ones up in the top end of the class. The young lady's steer that's exiting now, he has enough condition on him from end to end, but again, he's a little bit patchier in that fat covering, a little bit deeper fronted kind of a steer. Same goes for the steer next that follows him, just a little bit deeper through that chest. You'd like to make him maybe a little bit deeper through that flank and give him a little more thickness from end to end.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 2 beef class. First blue is exhibited by Faith Weekman. Second blue by Camden Atkins. First red by Taylor Hunt. Second red, Joshua Roberts. First white by Cashton Atkins. Second white by Avery Roberts. And third white by Kennedy Wagner. In the ring right now is Class 3 beef. Those steers range from 1,209 to 1,245 pounds. On deck and checking in at this time should be Class 4 beef. Again, Class 4 beef should be checking in at this time. Results from Class 6 dairy. First blue winning the class was Lester Page. Second blue was Matthew Erkey. First red was Brandon Baring. Second red was Ellen Roach. First white was exhibited by Charlotte Rake. And second white by Brandon Baring. Entering the ring at this time should be class number 7 dairy. The steers coming in for class number 7 dairy range from 1711 to 1869. Checking in and on deck at this time should be class number 1 dairy beef crossbreds. Again, checking in at this time should be class 1 dairy beef crossbreds. Once again, this is a reminder. We would like to have all of our beef exhibitors come up to the announcer stand to sign up for Showmanship. Again, just come up to the announcer stand, all of our beef exhibitors, and get signed up for Showmanship today.
Well, an interesting class out of the third class of steers here. I think definitely some differences in the type and kind of cattle we have out here. And you have to do a little give and take out here today to come up with the placing. The steer I'm going to start with is young man's black steer up there on the end. I think he just ties the most good things together. You get behind him, he's got some muscle capacity. He's got some muscle from stifle to stifle. He's so neat up through that front end. He ties in quite nicely. I would definitely like to see him a little bit fatter for a fat steer show, but I think all in all he puts the most good things together. When you get your hands on him, he does surprise you how much cover he has over his ribs. But that being said, I'd still like to see some more on him to really be competitive here today. The steer that comes out here next, I think, again, kind of ties a lot of good things together. You get your hands on him. He's got some cover on him. I think he's going to hang a pretty nice carcass. He's got some muscle when you get behind him. When he gets around the ring, when he moves for the young man, he gets around the ring quite easily. And we got a pair of colored steers out here. I think it's kind of close in my mind. I went ahead and used the heavier muscle steer to be our to get the next place up here today. But I think a pair of steers that are both good in their own right. And then we got the really interesting steer. He probably has the most cover on him of any animal out here today, and I certainly do appreciate that. But I just think, in today's, when we think about fed cattle and feed cattle prices and how we want them at the market and what they're going through, I'd just like to see him a little bit growthier, show us a little bit more growth at this stage of the game. But again, a nice steer in his own respect, going to hang a nice carcass. Congratulations to the entire class.
Congratulations to the winners of Class 3 Beef. First blue is exhibited by Landon Schultz. Second blue by Grayson Rydquist. First red exhibited by Savannah Maher. Second red by Abby Streeter. And first white by Hayden Gibbs. Entering the ring on the beef side is class number 4 beef. The animals in that class weigh between 1,252 and 1,280 pounds. Checking in at this time, on deck and checking in is Class 5 beef. Class 5 beef steers, you should be on deck at this time. In the ring on the dairy side, class number 7 dairy is in the ring. Again, those steers range between 1,711 pounds and 1,869 pounds. On deck and checking in at this time should be Class 1 dairy beef crossbreds.
another great class of dairy steers out here, and I guess if you want pick one that really has the look, this dairy steer does. He's pushing the weight limits up on top, but not too big for today's industry. They're taking them bigger than this, but certainly a steer that really catches your eye when you stand back and look at him. He just really kind of puts it all together. The steer, probably the best eaten dairy steer that I've had today is this young man's steer in second. This steer is probably close to prime. If he's not, I'd be surprised. He's going to be an excellent eating steer. He's not too fat, but he's got enough of that condition on him. I hope he marbles as good as he looks, because he just really is pretty impressive when you get your hands on him. Maybe not the most eye-appealing steer out here, and that's where he's standing second today, but a steer that sure finished nice, and the young man's done a great job getting him to this point. We're going to follow with just a nice finished steer in third, a steer that's a little bit on that bigger frame steer size, but he definitely puts it together. He balances nice when you stand back and look at him. He's not over excessively fat. He has a nice condition on him from end to end. Just fits in this third place hole quite nicely. The steer that's in fourth, a steer that's a little deeper through that front end. Maybe a little cut up in his flank, but a steer that's nicely finished. Young lady does a nice job presenting him. He's just not quite as balanced and not quite as attractive when you stand back and look at him. We're going to follow with this bigger frame steer, a steer that's really not out of the picture when you think about his size and his condition. He's got enough finish on him. He's easily going to hang a nice carcass. He's just going to be on that bigger side, and you think about some of these dairy steers that have been out here today. They're probably out of excellent cows, but they're a product of our beef industry, and certainly they end up in the show here today.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 7 dairy class. First blue was exhibited by Paige Lester. Second blue exhibited by Bentley Gens. First red exhibited by Alexander Lenz. Second red by Bailey Drager. And our first white by Mara Skolitsky. Coming into the ring at this time is class number 1, dairy beef crossbreds. On deck and checking in at this time on the dairy beef side, dairy beef crossbreds should be class number 2. Class number 2, dairy beef crossbred, should be on deck and checking in.
Well, certainly a nice way to start off our class out here. I think we got a nice pair of steers here at the top end of this class. I went ahead and used the steer that just shows me the most muscle expression down his top. He carries that well. As you look at him from behind, he's just a soggy middle steer. He gets around the ring quite well, ties into that front end. I think good enough to win this class out here today. Just a nice way to start off our class. And then the young man's steer that comes in second, maybe just a bit harder doing type steer, but I think the one that most closely follows our top steer out here today in terms of muscle expression, having the depth and spring of body that he has, I think he falls into that second hole quite handily. And then we get into a pair of steers that I think are kind of you could go either way. I went ahead and used the one that when I got my hands on him, I just felt like he was a bit more market ready than the steer that comes right after him. The young lady Shorthorn steer, I think you do have to appreciate for his overall muscle, his width of base when you get behind him, but a steer that, like I said, just maybe doesn't handle quite as well as the ones in front of him. And then I think we get into 3 framier steers, which I do appreciate some frame, but with that we got to make sure they're market ready, and I think these 3 all just need a little bit more time on feed in order to really compete in this class, but not taking away anything from a group of really nice steers that round off the class. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners from Class 4 Beef. First blue is exhibited by Gavin Lukey. Second blue by Callan Lukey. First red exhibited by Abby Streeter. Second red by Savannah Maher. First white by McKenna Reeder. Second white by Lucy Stowell. And third white by Callie Zupke. Entering the ring on the beef side is Class number 5 Beef. The steers coming in for Class number 5 range from 1,286 pounds to 1,357 pounds. In the ring at this time on the dairy side is Class number 1 of dairy beef crossbreds. These steers weigh between 1,218 pounds and 1,393 pounds. On deck and checking in at this time should be Class number 2 dairy beef crossbreds.
Nice colored steer to start this dairy cross steer class out with. A steer that's very nice from end to end. When he walks out, he's a nice big frame steer, a steer that could easily stand to be on feed for a little bit longer, but he has enough condition on him that he could go today. Our black steer that's in second, probably my pick of the steers out here, but just not quite big enough. He needs to really have more days on feed to compete with any bigger steers out here. We're going to follow with like a Normandy type steer, a steer that just doesn't balance quite as nicely when you stand back and look at him. You'd like to make him a little bit deeper through that flank, but a steer that's nicely finished. We're going to follow with a black steer and then this red and white steer next to him. Steers that just need a little more time on feed. They're a little bit patchier in that fat covering. They've got enough on them, but just not quite as far along. And we're followed by a bigger frame steer. Just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the steers above him.
Congratulations to the winners of Class 1 Dairy Beef Crossbreds. First blue was exhibited by Noah Roberts. Second blue by Ethan Leppel. First red by Levi Weekman. Second red by Wyatt Breaker. First white by Matthew Roach. Second white by Olivia Klug. Coming into the ring at this time is Class number 2 Dairy Beef Crossbreds. The steers coming into the ring for the Dairy Beef Crossbreds weigh between 1414 and 1461. On deck and checking in at this time should be Class number 3 Dairy Beef Crossbreds. This is one more reminder, beef exhibitors, please don't forget to come up to the announcer's stand to get signed up for Showmanship. Our goal is to have 100% of our beef exhibitors participating in Showmanship today.
Well, a nice class of crossbred steers as we get out here into a little bit heavier steers, some steers that are getting a little bit closer to what we like to call market ready here today, and I think we certainly got to appreciate that. The young lady's red steer up there on the end, I think just tied everything together the best for me out here today. In terms of eye appeal, he's got it. She gets him set up. He's very nice on the profile. He's so smooth up through his lines. He's balanced. You get behind him, he's got plenty of muscle. When you get him on the move, I think he moves out a little freer and easier than our steer that comes in second. And I think what really did it for me is when you put your hands on him, that steer's just got more cover, just more market desirability here today. He's going to be the class winner. Congratulations to the young lady. That's not taking anything away from the black steer that comes out here in second. Another extraordinarily nice individual. I think you really got to appreciate him for his muscle expression from stifle to stifle. He's got so much power down his top. When he gets on the move, I'd like to see him just move a little freer off those hind two. You get your hands on him, like we said. He just doesn't handle quite as nicely as the steer that comes out in first, but another really nice steer. Congratulations to the young lady. And then I think the steer that most closely follows that second place steer is the young man's Charlet influenced steer here. I think in terms of muscle expression, you look at him, he's very similar to that other steer. Again, he handled about like the steer that comes in second. I'd just like to see a little bit more on him to place above those two steers today. And then the young lady brings us a little bit framier red steer. She gets him set up. He's kind of an eye-appealing steer. I think you have to appreciate that about him. He's clean up through his front end, but once again, I really like that frame, but with that comes more time. It just takes more time to get those framey steers in market-ready condition too, and that was the reason he couldn't place any higher for me today. And then we get a black steer that comes out, just kind of a good quality carcass type steer. He just doesn't balance up quite as nicely as the ones in front of him. I'd like to clean him up under his sheath a little bit, but again, a steer that's going to hang a really good heavy carcass. Young lady, kind of the same story, brings out the black steer. Again, I'd like to see him maybe just a little bit heavier condition, a little more time on feed to place any higher today, but a good steer in his own right. And then we round off with a pair of colored steers out here. I like the charcoal colored steer out here in terms of muscle expression, how he gets out and moves in the ring, but he just doesn't balance up. He's not quite as eye appealing as the steers ahead of him. And then we round off with the red steer. Again, we talk about time on feed, but these steers need to be fat when they come out here today, and I think he just needs another 30 days on feed to really compete out here today. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to our winners of Class 5 Beef. First blue is exhibited by Madison Wagner. Second blue exhibited by Addison Lukey. First red exhibited by Joshua Roberts. Second red by Jocelyn Edmonds. First white, Piper Murfeld. Second white, Natalie Gibbs. First pink, Josh Gunther. Second pink, Braden Drager. Coming into the ring at this time, on the beef side is Class 6 Beef. The steers coming into this class range from 1373 to 1383. Checking in and on deck at this time is class number 7 Beef.
a nice class of steers from end to end. There's not a one that really grabs me out here, but the young man's steer we're going to start with, a nicely balanced steer, a steer that has enough condition on him. He's going to hang on a pretty ideal carcass, just a nice steer to start with. We're going to follow with the two colored steers in the class here. Just steers that are a little bit bigger frame, but nicely balanced steers. They have enough condition on them. They could actually stand to be on feed for a while. They're big enough frame, they could handle it. And then we're at the end of the class, we've got three steers that are just a little bit overdone, just not quite the dairy cross that the other steers in the class are.
Congratulations to Class 2 of our dairy beef crossbreds. First blue is exhibited by Ben Roach. Second blue, Olivia Downey. First red, Everett Klug. Second red, Hudson Parr. First white, Danica Swan. And second white by Oliver Stowell. Entering the ring at this time is Class number 3 dairy beef crossbreds. The steers coming into that class range anywhere from $14.85 to $15.28. On deck and checking in at this time should be Class 4 dairy beef crossbreds. Class 4 dairy beef crossbreds, you should be checking in at this time. You're on deck.
Well, a nice class of crossbred steers that we have out here. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's red steer up there to win the class today. I think, you know, he's got an advantage in a little bit of frame. When you get your hands on him, he's got an adequate amount of cover over his ribs. You get right behind him. He's got some muscle. He gets around the ring and moves quite well. The young man did a nice job. Congratulations on your class-winning steer. And we got the black steer out there with the young lady back there. He's going to be our second place steer today. You know, I think you really, really got to like that steer. When you get behind him, he's got so much muscle. He does handle quite well. Unfortunately, I just couldn't get a good look at him out here. He's going to stand second today. We're going to follow up with the young lady's black and white steer to be third. I think she falls into the hole more easily, the most easily of the rest of the steers out here. He's got some frame. I'd like to maybe see him have a little bit more cover over his ribs than what he has, but the young lady's done a good job with him out here. Congratulations to her. Then we get a soggy-middled, big-bellied red steer that comes out next. He just doesn't balance up quite as well as the other steers out here in the class to place any higher today, but a good steer in his own respect. We got a black steer that comes out here next. Again, just going to be a good fat steer type calf. He's going to hang a good carcass. I would like to see him maybe, have a little bit more cover, but he's certainly right there. He gets around the ring, moves on some substance of bone. We round off with a pair of steers that, again, just aren't quite as uniform, don't balance up quite as nicely as the steers do that come ahead of them, but two really good steers. I think steers that are going to hang a good quality carcass on the rail. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Congratulations to our winners of Class 6 beef. First blue is exhibited by Cashton Atkins. Second blue by Nevaeh Schumacher. First red is Jaden Sullivan. Second red is John Blaska. First white, Wyatt Warmka. Second white, Wyatt Stowell. And third white, Braden Drager. Coming into the ring at this time is class number 7 beef. The steers in that class range from $1,398 to $1,413 pounds. At this time, class number 8 beef, you are on deck. Class 8 beef is on deck.
Nice steer to start this class in. A class, again, that a steer that has a lot of middle to him. He's very nicely finished. He gets around the ring. Very noticeable calf. When he walked in the ring, you're really is eye appealing. Young man does a nice job showing him. The steers I swapped here are in second and third. I just think the steer in second has a little more condition on him. I think he's a little more ideal finish than our steer in third. I made my decision to switch him right there at the end. But two very nice crossbred steers. We're going to follow with the bigger frame steer, a steer that I think he could actually use a little bit a condition or a little more time on feed, but a big frame steer that just can easily handle it. We're going to follow him with a steer that's just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. He doesn't get around the ring quite as easily. I discounted him a little bit on that. These steers got to be able to travel the feed bunk, and that's very important. And then we're going to finish up with a pair of steers that are just pretty patchy in that fat covering. I'd like to make them a little more uniform in that condition from end to end.
Congratulations to our winners in our Class 3 of dairy beef crossbred steers. First blue was exhibited by Matthew Roach. Second blue by Evan Wyatt. First red is exhibited by Walter Lukey. Second red, Bryce Bering. First white by Preston Skalitsky. Second white, Adam Roach. And third white, Oscar Stowell. Coming into the ring at this time, we have class number 4, dairy beef crossbreds. The steers coming into this class range between 1,535 and 1,613 pounds. Checking in and on deck at this time should be class number 5, dairy beef crossbreds. Again, on deck is class number 5, dairy beef crossbreds. As we start to move to the time of the day when we're going to start naming our champions, I just want to let you know what order we're going to do this in. We are going to start with the dairy champion selection first. Second, we will go with the beef selection champions. And then we will finish up with the dairy crossbred champions. Immediately following the naming of our champions, we're going to move into showmanship. We will be starting with the oldest class first. So we'll be starting with our senior showman and working our way back to the first year showman. This is a reminder, if you have not come up to the announcer's stand to sign up for showmanship, please do so. Again, our goal is to have 100% of our beef exhibitors in the showmanship classes today. All you need to do is come up and sign up.
A really nice, smooth-made black steer that starts off our class out here today. You know, I think you really got to appreciate him. He's so long, and he holds that together so well through his top. He's so strong in his top for as long and lengthy as he is. He's got some muscle when you get behind him. You get your hands on him. He's got an adequate amount of cover. And I think what really did it for me is when you get these cattle in motion, that steer's just so much better on the move. He's just set, he has just such a nice set to his hind leg, and I think just a really nice way to start off our class. That's not to take anything away from the steer that comes in second. You know, I really appreciate him in terms of a market fat steer standpoint. You get your hands on him. He's got some cover. He's got some thickness when you get behind him. But, you know, these steers do need to be able to trek around, and he's just a little too straight off both ends for me and just doesn't move around the ring quite as well as I'd like to see him to place over that top steer today. The young man that brings out his red baldy steer out here, he's done a nice job with him. He's just stayed calm out here. He's fed that steer well. He's got a good amount of cover. He's thick and sound, and I think very well deserving of that that third place spot out here today. And we get a pair of steers that come out next. You know, steers that are good, adequate in their cover. They're going to be good fat steers. You get your hands on them. They've got good rib cover. I told the young man here coming out next, he must have fed that steer pretty well because he certainly handled nicely when I put my hands on him. You know, just two steers that just don't balance up quite as nicely, don't have the look and profile as the ones that place in front of them today. And then the young lady Shorthorn appearing steer comes out next. Again, just just finished out here today. I'd like to see him set a little different off them hind legs to move any higher today. Same with the young man's baldy steer that rounds off the class. You know, he just has a little trouble on them feet. I'd like to see them toes a little shorter. Like to see him get around a little bit easier out here to place any higher. Congratulations on a nice class of steers.
Congratulations to the winners of our class number 7 beef. First blue is exhibited by Easton Kyle. Second blue by Isaiah Younger. First red exhibited by Bentley Gens. Second red by Eli Gunther. First white by Eli Reitquist. Second white by Olivia Downey. Third white by Brantley Henson. Coming to the ring at this time, we have class number 8 of beef. The steers in that class range from 1,416 pounds to 1,448 pounds. On deck and next is class number 9 beef. Class number 9 beef, you're on deck.
An interesting class out here. These are supposed to be dairy crosses, and some of them I question very much. I've been in the dairy and beef business long enough that I've seen all the crosses you could ever make. But we're going to start with a nice Charolais cross, Holstein cross steer, steer that really you have to like the way he moves around the ring. He's very free and easy moving. He's thick enough. He has the right amount of condition on him. Just a nice steer to start the class with. Our steer, black steer in second, really nice pattern steer. When you stand back and look at him, you like the way he balances up. A steer that's thick enough. A steer that has a nice finish from end to end, just fits in that second hole quite nicely. And then we've got a pair of black steers here that just a little bit deeper through their front ends. You'd like to balance them up a little bit when you get them on the side view. Steers that are nicely finished, just fit in line quite nicely. And then we got the Holstein cross steer here that he's pretty cool to look at. I just wish he was a little more correct and a little more freer and easy moving. He's a little stiff up through that front too, but again, a steer that's done pretty well to this point. And we're going to follow with just a very nice steer to finish out the class.
Congratulations to our winners of class number 4 of dairy beef crossbreds. First blue is exhibited by Alexa Van de Zan. Second blue by Marissa Spoke. First red by Mark Roach. Second red by Caleb Weekman. First white by Brody Baring. Second white by Hayden Gibbs. Coming into the ring on this side, we have class 5 dairy beef crossbreds. The steers in this class range from 1,646 pounds to 1,692 pounds. On deck at this time is Class 6 Dairy Beef Crossbreds. Our final class of the Dairy Beef Crossbreds, you should be checking in at this time. Again, a reminder, the champion order we're going to show in. We'll be selecting our dairy champion first, our beef champion second, and our dairy crossbreds third.
A really nice steer to start this class with. This Charolais Cross steer out here. Just tremendous to look at when you stand back. He's really balances nice when you stand and look at him, and as he walks away, he's got enough thickness as he tracks very true away from you. Just really a nice calf to start the class with. It's a little bit give and take when we come to second. We're going to use the young lady's steer out here, a steer that I like the way he's finished. He's very uniform from end to end, maybe a little bit deeper through that chest. I'd like to clean that up on him, but again, very nicely finished. Our steer in third, he's going to be one of the good eating ones. I think he's close to prime, if not there. Just a steer that has really fed well, and young man does a nice job getting him around the ring. We're going to follow with a steer that's just maybe a little outside himself on his front end. I'd like to have him track just a little bit better from front to end, from front to back, but again, a nice thick steer, a steer that has a nice finish on him. Same goes for the next steer in the class, a little bit deeper through his front end. I'd like to clean up that about him, but and maybe just thicken him up a little bit from end to end, but again, a nice steer, and we're going to follow with a steer that's just very nicely finished.
Congratulations to the winners of Class 5 Dairy Beef Crossbreds. First blue was exhibited by Blake Bruins. Second blue by Ella Breaker. First red by Brody Bering. Second red by Avery Skalitsky. First white by Casey Salmi. And second white by Casten Parr. Coming into the ring at this time is our final class of dairy beef crossbreds. The steers in this class range between 1724 and 1904.
Well, a good competitive class of steers that these young exhibitors bring to us today. You know, the longer I got looking at these guys, you know, the harder I think this is a tough choice. I think amongst those top two, I think there's some give and take in both of them. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's Baldy steer to win the class here today. I just think he ties the most good things together in terms of what we've been talking about as far as muscle expression. You got to admire that steer like our other class for that length of body he has. He ties in so nice and neat to that front end, and you get your hands on him. Again, an adequate amount of cover. I like his frame size. I think we're getting up here into the sizes that, you know, in my opinion, are more ideal in terms of marketability. The young man's Shorthorn steer that follows a close second out here. You know, I think that steer puts a lot of good things together. You really got to appreciate him for his soggy. He's so soggy made, so big bellied. You get behind him, he's got some muscle expression, and I appreciate the job that the first two young men have both done out here getting those steers stuck so I could get a good look at them. When the steer got on the move, I didn't think he got out and strided along quite as well as our steer that won the class here today. And then the next steer that comes in third, you know, he wants to stand there kind of stretched. You know, I think he's got a little bit of a structure problem in that respect. But when that young man gets that steer set up, you know, you got to like him. He's got some eye appeal. He's got a big square hip. He's thick when you get behind him. I'd sure like to clean him up underneath on that sheath, but a good steer in his own respect. I think the Baldy that comes out next follows him most closely in terms of, you know, when you get your hands on him and being a stout, thick steer. Again, he doesn't get out of move quite as easy, but these steers are good. They're ready to go to town out here, and I think, you know, that's starting to affect some of the, you know, some of the soundness when you look at these cattle. Young lady's red steer, you know, a big framey steer, just doesn't balance up as nice as the steers that won the class today, but I think one you got to appreciate for his overall size and scale. And we got an interesting little steer coming out here next, certainly ready to go to town. He just lacks the frame. I think he needs to be a couple frame sizes bigger, and I think he just finished out early. He's so fat. He just finished out a little bit early because of his frame size. We round off with the young lady's black steer here. You know, she's done a good job. She's got him fed up. He just didn't balance up quite as nicely. Doesn't have the overall muscle definition to place any higher today. Congratulations on a nice class of steers.
Congratulations to the winners of our Class 8 beef class. First blue was exhibited by Caden Atkins. Second blue by Levi Weekman. First red was exhibited by Isaiah Younger. Second red by Noah Roberts. First white by Brenna Drager. Second white by Naomi Skalitsky. And our third white by Olivia Bird. Coming into the ring at this time is our final class of beef. It's class number 9 of beef. Coming into the ring, this class ranges from 1,450 pounds to 1,596 pounds. Again, immediately following these two classes, we're going to be going into the championship drive. We're going to want those first and second blues from our classes this morning, or this afternoon. We're going to start with the dairy first, second beef, third dairy crossbreds. As I mentioned, our first championship drive is going to be from our dairy classes. So from class 1, our first blue was exhibited by Everett Klug, second blue by Zoe Lenz. From dairy, class 2 was Alexander Lenz, and second, Eli Gunther. From dairy class 3, Casey Salmi and Ethan Leppel. From dairy class 4, we need Marissa Spoke, Caleb Weekman. From dairy class 5, Lexi Lambert and Kellen Meyer. From Dairy Class 6, Paige Lester and Matthew Erkey. And from Dairy Class 7, Paige Lester and Bentley Gens. You guys are on deck. Again, another reminder, please come up to the announcer's stand to get signed up for Showmanship. We're looking for 100% participation from our members. For our championship drives, exhibitors, come into the entrance that you typically come into with your breed. So our dairy and dairy beef will report down here, and our beef will report at that end.
Another nice class of dairy crosses out here. This steer we're going to run this class with, he's kind of blowed out his hocks, but he's made it this far. So far, so good, and you know his days are numbered. But very nice finished steer, a steer that's very balanced when you watch him walk away. He really doesn't move too bad for his hocks being the way they are. The steer in second, a very heavily muscled steer, a steer that really you get your hands on him. He's very nicely finished. Just doesn't quite balance up as nicely as our first place steer. Then the colored steer out here, again a little bit deeper chested steer, but a steer that really probably one of the most uniform finished steers in the whole class. I give him that credit. Maybe not quite as attractive when you stand back and look at him, but a steer that's really put together quite well. We're going to follow by a next young lady's steer, another heavy muscled steer, maybe a little bit patchy in that fat covering. He's got plenty on him. Same for the next steer in the class, a steer that's just not quite as uniform in that fat covering. I'd like to have him a little more less patchy all the way through. And then we're going to follow with two steers that just don't balance quite as nicely. When you stand back and look at them, you'd like to shrink that chest up on them a little bit, maybe make them a little bit deeper through that flank.
Congratulations to the winners of Class 6 of our dairy breed crossbreds. First blue exhibited by Evan Wyatt. Second blue by Sophia Geneman. First red by Bryce Baring. Second red by Alina Blaska. First white by Walter Lukey. Second white by Hudson Parr. And third white by Matthew Urke. Once again, at this time, dairy individuals should be lined up at the entrance for the dairy and dairy crosses. From Dairy Class 1, we need Everett Klug and Zoe Lenz. From Dairy Class 2, Alexander Lenz and Eli Gunther. Dairy Class 3, Casey Salmi and Ethan Leppel. From Dairy Class 4, Marissa Spoke and Caleb Weekman. From Dairy Class 5, Lexi Lambert and Kellen Meyer. From Dairy Class 6, Paige Lester and Matthew Urke. And from Dairy Class 7, Paige Lester and Bentley Gentz. We will move into the championship drive for the dairy steers immediately following the end of the beef class in the ring.
I think maybe the closest placing I've had all day would be this first pair of steers up here. They're both really true and kind and good in their own right. I think they both have a lot of really, really nice things about them out here. You know, they both get out. They're both sound. They're both finished. You get behind them. They both got some muscle expression. I think for me, when I just kept looking and looking out there, that white steer, you get behind him. He's just so explosive. He's just got so much muscle. He's just so good from stifle to stifle. And I think when you really get analyzing, he's good off his hip. And that steer, for as big and as heavy as he is, he gets around this ring and moves quite well. So therefore, I moved him up there into that first spot. Nice job, young man. Congratulations. I do like this Hereford steer that comes out here next. You know, I think the steer's got a lot of good parts. You get your hands on him, he handles and he finished well. He's good up through that front end. He's soggy middled. You know, you get behind him though. I think when you compare him to the one that won the class, he just doesn't have as much muscle expression as that steer that won the class today. But I think a really, really good steer. The young man's done an excellent job of holding that steer, keeping him where he is, where he's not over conditioned, and I really appreciate that. Congratulations to him. And then I think we get out here to some steers that the young lady, she's been out here all day and she's done a tremendous job of getting her animals exhibited and doing a really, really good job. and doing a really good job out here. He's got some muscle. He's just a little higher in that flank than our other two. You know, maybe doesn't handle quite as nicely as the first two that won the class, but a good steer in his own right. Then we get another pair of black steers and a black and white one there. Again, just good fat steer type cattle. They just get a little outpowered in here. They don't balance up quite as nicely to compete with those top three steers. Young Man Mings is a big white steer out here, and I think a steer that even as big and heavy as he is could still use just a little bit more time on feed. I think he's just got so much frame and that he could just use a little bit more feed as compared to our other steers, but a good steer in his own respect. And then we round off with a pair of steers, just good, high quality fat steers ready to go to town. I'd be curious to see how their carcasses look when they're hanging on the rail, because I think they'll both hang a pretty good carcass. Congratulations to all the exhibitors in the class.
Congratulations to the winners of class number 9 beef. First blue was exhibited by Charlie Kirscher. Second blue exhibited by Elijah Zick. First red by Madison Wagner. Second red by Alana Bleska. First white by Brenna Drager. Second white by Alex Lukey. First pink by Natalie Gibbs, and second pink, Avery Skolitsky. Again, we're moving into our championship drive. Coming into the ring at this time will be the first and second blues from our dairy class, from our dairy steers. This would be a great opportunity to thank our judges today. Judging our dairy side, today we have Tony Weber. And on our beef side, we have Kelsey Ritalik. Let's give them both a big round of applause here today. They've done a great job sorting through a lot of animals, and they aren't finished yet. At this time, we should be checking in our beef champions, our beef class winners. Our judge is requested that just the first blues for the beef come into the ring. The second blues should be on standby. So getting ready to come into the ring for the beef championship drive. We need Alex Lukey, Faith Weekman, Landon Schultz, Gavin Lukey, Madison Wagner, Cashton Atkins, Easton Kyle, Camden Atkins, and Charlie Kircher. On deck and waiting outside, we need Piper Murfeld from Class 1, Camden Atkins, Class 2, Grayson Ridequist, Class 3, Callan Lukey, Class 4, Addison Lukey from Class 5, Nevaeh Schumacher from Class 6, Isaiah Younger from Class 7, and Levi Weekman from Class 8, and our final beef Class 9, Elijah Zick. Again, for the beef champion, our judge has just requested the blues come into the ring. The first blues come into the ring. Our runners-up should wait outside and be ready to call in once the champion is selected. Well, what an impressive group of dairy steers. Let's give these exhibitors a huge round of applause for assembling this great group of dairy steers.
Let's give all our dairy steer exhibitors a nice round of applause. This is a very impressive set of dairy steers out here, and I think your county needs to be commended on having such a great show, because there's not many around the country that have this caliber and the quality and the kids that really work hard at it. So give yourselves a pat on the back for a county to be that outstanding. With that, I'm going to go out and I'll pick our champion and reserve, and then I guess we need to pick the top 5. So just bear with me for a couple seconds here.
All right, congratulations to the winners of our Dairy Steer Show today. Champion, exhibited by Marissa Spoke. Reserve champion, Lexi Lambert. Third overall, Paige Lester. Fourth, Bentley Gens. And fifth, Casey Salmi. Let's give all these exhibitors a huge round of applause. Coming up next, we will have our beef champions. Our judges requesting the first blues only come in the ring. So from Class 1, it's Alex Lukey. From Class 2, Faith Weekman. From Class 3, Landon Schultz. From Class 4, Gavin Lukey. From Class 5, Madison Wagner. From Class 6, Cashton Atkins. From Class 7, Easton Kyle. From Class 8, Caden Atkins. And from Class 9, Charlie Kircher. The second blues from those classes are asked to be outside and ready to come in as our champion is named. On deck at this time should be our crossbred dairy steers. Our crossbred dairy steers, you should be on deck. Again, lining up by the side entrance. From Class 1, we need Noah Roberts and Ethan Leppel. From Class 2, Ben Roach and Olivia Downey. From Class 3, Matthew Roach and Evan Wyatt. From Class 4, Alexa Vandezan and Marissa Spoke. From Class 5, Blake Bruins and Ella Breaker. And from Class 6, Evan Wyatt and Sophia Gentleman. Again, making this show happen and making things seem seamless takes a lot of work. So let's take a moment and thank our ring people and people behind the scenes. We have Jesse Christensen, Casey Lenz, Evan Paul, Janet Arndt, Dwayne Arndt, Joe Kern, Mark Nails, Darren Moss, Andy Neff, Lucas Kern, Matt Lukey, Bella Damro, Kyler Skolma, Megan Gunther, and Mike Gunther. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. One more reminder, please come up and sign up for the Beef Showmanship. Our goal is 100% participation of our exhibitors. As a note, we are starting with the oldest, our senior showmanship, and working our way back. So starting with our senior showmanship, which is grades 10 and up. All right, we have one correction for our crossbred classes. From class 3, our second blue went to Walter Lukey. So Walter, make sure that you have your steer ready.
Let's give these steer exhibitors a nice round of applause. You know, I think for a county fair lineup out here, you guys should all be extremely proud of the lineup that you brought, not only out here, but there's a lot of good seconds standing out on the other side of the ring that hopefully we'll get a chance to look at a few more of them here before the day is over. You know, you get looking at these steers, and, you know, for me, these fat steers, they got to be finished and they got to be sound. You know, I heard Tony say earlier, you know, they got to be able to get to the feed bunk, and I couldn't agree more with that. So as they get out and move, I know they're fat, I know they're, you know, ready to go to town out here today, but they still got to be able to get around this ring. And I still like to see a little bit of style, a little bit of show ring presence in these cattle out here. You know, I guess my cow herd, and my family's cow herd, we tend to have, we're a larger frame cow herd, and I think when you look at that, you know, and you look at prices, and fed cattle prices are at an all-time high. We're at an all-time low of cattle getting slaughtered. So I think these cattle got to be big enough. But that being said, they got to have the right amount of finish on them too. So I'm going to go out, take another look. We'll bring in the seconds as I pick your top 5 out here. But once again, congratulations to all these exhibitors. You guys need to be really proud of these steers. You brought out a tremendous lineup, and I've been very, very impressed. Congratulations to y'all.
All right, we're going to need Elijah Zick. We're going to need your steer to come in. So Levi Weekman, we need you to bring your steer in, please. Isaiah Younger, we need your steer brought in. Congratulations to our beef champions today. Our champion of the beef show. Congratulations, Charlie Kircher. Our reserve champion, Elijah Zick. Third overall, Caden Atkins. Fourth overall, Easton Kyle. And fifth overall, Levi Weekman. Let's give all of these exhibitors a huge round of applause. Again, just an amazing group of beef steers assembled at the show today. Up now, we are going to be moving into our dairy crossbreds. All right, this is your final call for Showmanship beef exhibitors. Please skedaddle up here to the announcer stand. Get signed up so we have our classes. Again, we are going to be starting with our senior showman, which is grades 10 and up, and working our way back to the first year showman. So come on up, get your name on the list. Everybody's tired, but let's rock through showmanship. In the ring at this time, we have our contenders for champion crossbred dairy steer. From Class 1, we had Noah Roberts and Ethan Leppel. From Class 2, Ben Roach and Olivia Downey. From Class 3, Matthew Roach and Walter Lukey. From Class 4, Alexa Vandezan and Marissa Spoke. From Class 5, Blake Bruins and Ella Breaker. And from Class 6, Evan Wyatt and Sophia Gentleman. Let's congratulate all of these young people on assembling such a fantastic group of crossbred steers. At this time, if you are signed up for senior showmanship, you should be on deck and ready. Our judges are getting close to making his decision for the crossbred class. So if you have signed up for senior beef showmanship, you should be at the door, at the main door, ready to come in.
Let's give our crossbred dairy steer exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think we've got a very nice set of steers out here in our champion lineup. And to think this is a byproduct basically of the dairy industry, I think it's pretty impressive. You know, after doing the dairy steers, and you think them steers are a byproduct also, but what these kids have done with them and feed them and what the industry has accepted on them, it's very impressive. And like again, I think make sure you give all your help here a big round of applause for running such a smooth show, because it's definitely very well put together. So give yourself a pat on the back with that. with that, I'm going to go out and pick our champion in reserve, and then we'll select our top 5.
Ella, take your steer up, please. Marissa, put your steer in the lineup, please. Walter Lukey, bring your steer up, please. Congratulations to our champions of the crossbred dairy steers today. Our champion today, Blake Bruins. Our reserve champion, Alexa Vandezan. In third, we have Marissa Spoke. In fourth, we have Matthew Roach. And in fifth, we have Evan Wyatt. Let's give all these exhibitors a huge round of applause, please. All right, we are moving right into senior showmanship. Senior showmanship is for grades 10 and up. right, entering the ring at this time, we have our senior showmanship grades 10 plus. Immediately following that class, we'll move into our intermediate, grades 7 through 9, then grades 5 through 6, and then end with our first year showman. Put your hands together if you think this is a pretty impressive group of senior showmen out here today, folks. For those of you that are here to see the dog presentation, they have moved that. The dog presentation now will be on the west side of the small animal barn in the grassy area, and that'll take place at 6:30. So if you came to see the dog presentation, 6:30, west side of the small animal barn in that grassy area.
I took a little longer out here, but we had a big class and we kind of sorted through them, and I spoke with each individual and told them what I'd like to see them do different. Some of them take it to heart right away, and some don't, and they kind of blow you off, and then, well, then they're out. So I make it very clear of what I'm looking for, and let's give these future showmen a big round of applause. They do an awesome job. From top to bottom, and these are our seniors, so they should be, I would hope, a little bit seasoned, but some of them aren't. It's somewhat new to them, but I told each one of them pointers that I'd like to see them do different, and had them examine their animal and why does it look that way? What would you change about it? And with that, I hope I answered all the questions to all the showmen out here, because I felt I was very fair with what I did out here. Our young lady is going to be our champion showman today, and the young man will be reserved.
Congratulations to our senior champion showman, Lexi Lambert. If you're interested in our top four when it comes to Supreme Showmanship, again, as we said, our champion was Lexi Lambert. In second place, we had Elijah Zick. In third place, we had Abby Streeter. And in fourth, Madison Wagner. Up next, we have our showmanship grades 7 through 9. Special thanks to Compeer Financial for donating those wonderful sweatshirts for our champion showman. Let's hear it for Compeer for that donation of those great sweatshirts. Just a reminder that, Lexi, we're going to need you back for the Supreme Showman. The first place exhibitor in each of our showmanship classes today will compete for the title of Supreme Showman.
be our champion showman in this division today. Young man with the black calf, you'll be reserve in this division. Just little things, about moving up and everything. I'm kind of a big stickler on keeping the show moving. So if you're always in line and moving up, you always want to be moving to the top. So just keep that in mind. If you got any other questions, don't be afraid to holler later. But congratulations again, a great set of showmen out here.
Congratulations to our intermediate champion showman, Levi Weekman. Entering the ring at this time, we have showmen grades 5 and 6. Again, just a reminder, Levi, you're going to need to come back to participate in the Supreme Showman Contest. Once again, coming in the ring at this time, we have grades 5 and 6. This will be followed up by our first-year showman. Just a reminder that the first place winners in each of those showmanship divisions will come back to compete for Supreme Showman.
All right, what a great set of juniors we've got out here in this division. Again, I talked to each one of them, told them what I'd like them to see them do a little different. But the young lady with the heifer up here in front, she's going to be our winner in this division. The young lady with the black calf will be reserve. The young lady that's on the far end there, she done an excellent job from the time she walked out here. She was always had her calf in line. She'd always make sure it was set up. Even when I wasn't looking, she made sure she made a circle and set her calf back up. So them are just important things, you know, that I look for as a judge. And when you stand back and examine these animals, you want to make sure that Blackman. So let's give this division a big round of applause. They've done an excellent job.
Congratulations to our champion, Beef Showman, Junior Showman, grades 5 and 6, Naomi Skolitsky. Special thanks to Compeer Financial for the donation of those awesome sweatshirts. Coming up next, our first-year showman. First-year showman. Following our first-year showman class, we will have the winners from each of our 4 classes come back to compete for the title of Supreme Showman. Running the class at this time, these are all exhibitors who are in the beef project for the first time. Let's give all these young people a nice big round of applause, please.
All right, I want all of the beginners that are out here in the ring to pay attention to this young lady in the middle here. She has her calf set up just about right, okay? If your calf isn't set up kind of like that, you're probably not doing it right. She was gracious enough to be my guinea pig to go out here in the middle of the ring, and I'm going to give her a few pointers on how she could change to have her calf look even better. But I want all of you to pay attention to how basically she has hers set up out here, okay? All right, now she has her calf set up perfectly. Is yours like that? That's the standard we're shooting for out here. We want to have our calf set up just like that. All right? I'm going to come by and we'll talk about the way you have your calf set up, all right?